Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to coverage of the APA World Pool Championships from here at Pool Dog Arena in Las Vegas. This event, of course, brought to you by the American Pool Players Association. I'm your host, Jason Bowman, joined by one of the true legends of the game, the striking Viking, Ava Matai Lawrence. Ava, the third of 6 championships that we're bringing the folks this week, and this one's all about the ladies.
Action
Ladies
all the
8-ball
time.
championship. What do you think?
Well, I may be a little bit partial, but this might be my favorite event. It's the latest event. These guys have fun. I went by and said hi to them all, and everybody is kind of, oh, I'm so excited. This is so cool. It's not that tight, I got to win thing, but I think they're ready to have some fun.
Yeah, I love the enthusiasm that the
Yeah.
ladies, whether it's the
Yeah.
team shirts or just their overall attitude, they're always enthusiastic. So we're excited to start the match. We apologize that we're starting a little late, but we had a quarterfinal match run long, a semifinal match run long, and thus our final is starting just about an hour late. So we do apologize, but we're going to make it up to you with an outstanding match this evening. Before we introduce you to the teams, let's take a look at some of the rules for this particular tournament or this particular championship. Of course, APA rules apply here. These are all female teams. Maximum of 5 players allowed on the roster. You're going to see 3 of those players, assuming we go 3 matches in this championship match. Handicap limit of 13 for the 3 players that are competing in the final match. Standard coaching rules apply here. And, of course, this is played according to the 3-point scoring system. To remind you folks of that, shutout of an opponent is worth 3-0. Losing player making it to the hill is 2-1. And losing player winning at least 1 game but not making it to the hill is a 2-0 split. So keep an eye on that. These ladies are playing for $10,000 first place prize money. The runner-up is going to take home $5,000. So basically, Ava, the difference in $5,000 being played here. But, again, you've said it many times. Less about the money, more about the trophy. So it should be an exciting match. I know we're excited.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to follow up the match we saw last night,
That
which I'm
was
sure
crazy.
we'll talk a little bit about as we get going today. But I know the teams and the players are anxious to get going, so let's introduce you to them. We've got from Comac, New York, the team of Femmes Fatales, and from Chicago, Illinois, the team of the Apocalyptics. The Apocalyptics, that team may sound familiar to some of our viewers. That team actually won 2 years ago here at this event. Should be worth noting only one of those players on this current roster was on that team, but still some big experience here in the championship final. So we're going to see for Femmes Fatales, Michelle Pachenko. She is breaking here at the table. Michelle is a skill level 4. She's going to need 3 games to win this match. Her opponent, Silva McDermott, skill level 5, who you will see momentarily at the table. She's going to need 4 games. So we've got a 4-3 race here in our first match of the ladies 8-ball final.
That was
Referee
not
indicating not a legal break. So
Right.
4 balls did not go to a rail, which means Michelle will break once again.
Yeah, and again, this is obviously in the pros. The other player would be breaking at this point, but this is an amateur league, and how we give people a little bit of a break. And as long as you don't scratch, if you scratch or fly off the table with a cue ball, then it's the
Right.
other person's break. But in this case, you get another chance at it, and that is unlimited if you need a couple extra, especially when you have like a skill level 1 in 9-ball or a 2 in 8-ball. They may need a few extra tries, especially when they first start out. So.
Right, and I'm sure neither of these ladies is going to complain about a new break here. Because
No.
I think the look on their faces was like, can we do that again? So, again, double take, Michelle Pachenko with the break. Much more moving on that rack.
Yeah, it was a lot of action, just nothing on the break. She came out dry, but what a pretty layout this is. You can see there's nothing really tied up. In this case, you just want to kind of start making what looks like a good opening shot so you can get first crack at it. It looks like the 11 ball may be the best option.
Again, you're seeing Silva McDermott at the table. Silva is a skill level 5. She's going to need 4 games to win this match. She has played 7 matches overall thus far in this tournament. Shooting on the 11 ball here. No problem pocketing that in the corner. Silva and her teammates of the Apocalyptics. They are from Chicago, Illinois, where they I think they all got together on a team and won a qualifying tournament to come out here, but they typically play against each other in league play.
And like you said, pointed out that she is a skill level 5, so she has an opportunity to run out here. If she can make this and avoid going into any of the balls, this is a very runnable table right here. The ball's opened up beautifully.
Started with 256 teams in the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. We are down to the final 2.
And I like her choice here. A lot of players would just make that 14 ball. But this is the smart shot. Just come out. A little more of an angle, but very makeable. Now she can make the 9 come across table for the 14. It should slide by, just barely by the 5. Then you have the 15 left after that. So this is the perfect pattern. If she can get, she's got a shot. And again, I do believe that this 15 ball will pass as well. Luckily for her, the 5 is placed just in the right spot. And remember, the cloth is fairly new. Not a lot of play on the tables out here in the championship arena. So that means the pockets are going to be a little bit more friendly. Well, she's decided to go the other way.
Got it.
And she did get it, but ooh, this is not good. Again, anytime you go into the balls, you are taking a risk. And as you can see, the cue ball, she's jacked up, and obviously no shot here on the 14. I'm not sure if she can bank it. That's what she tried.
That'll bring Michelle back to the table. Michelle Pacheco. Again, a member of Femmes Fatales out of Comac, New York. Basically Long Island, New York is where they're from, Suffolk County. They play in Missy Casadente and Jerry Bayer are their league operators. Longtime league operators. Where do they play there? They play out of Felt Billiards, so probably some folks up at Felt Billiards tuning in to watch their team play here. They have 1 loss. They lost in the 2nd round. And like many of our teams here, they met playing pool in the league as opponents and came together as a ladies team. So,
well, down there, smart shot. She didn't like what she was looking at, so you might as well make it a little difficult for your opponent. About the only thing she has, she can go 1 rail here, or she can come around 2 rails. It's not going to be an easy hit. Usually what you want to do in this situation, if we can see the overhead, is instead of going 1 rail, then you have to actually judge the distance from here to here. Obviously, the ball could be makeable. It's actually easier to come down this way and go to the closer rail. You always want to go two cushions there and have the last rail be the one that's closest to the ball. And that's what she tried to do there. Just came up short.
That was against Silva McDermott of the Apocalyptics. They are out of Chicago, Illinois, where they play out of several different places. Carrie's Lounge, the Black Sheep, 10 Cat. Again, they kind of got a group of ladies together and qualified in a tournament to come out here. So they spend most of their time playing against each other, but here they have teamed up and made it all the way to the finals of the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. So
that's
good
pretty
for them.
Cool. Yeah. All right, so it's time for Michelle to get going here. Oh, boy. Not the way you want to start, but not a bad result, especially with a 6-ball where it is blocking the pocket for the 14. I don't think that's going to be makeable right there, and she's going to want to just leave that there.
Once again, nice turnout of spectators here in Pool Dog Championship Arena to watch this final match in the Ladies Championship. Expect the crowd will continue to build throughout.
We'll see. No, it might be makeable. There's a pocket there, I do believe. Yep, no.
Nice camera work there. Unable to pocket that ball. It's going to bring Michelle back to the table. I've really been impressed, Ava, with the amount of people that have like come to watch the finals this time around. I think part of it has to do with some of these changes we've made in Pool Dog Arena.
And I think, too, that people, little by little, the word gets out because you can't really see. Usually the doors are closed to this room. So a lot of people don't necessarily know this was going on. But now you walk by and you see it in here. Even though we've advertised it, people, you know, are here to have a good time and worry about their own matches. So they may not have paid attention to that there are signs here saying that there's championships coming up.
Right.
So.
Michelle pockets the 3 in the corner.
She's going to be faced with a 2-ball here, trying to sneak it by the 6 or a combo. She snookered herself from a shot on the 5, so we'll see here if she can sneak this by. Real soft shot here and just kind of try to lead there. That's not going to work.
Again, this is a 4-5 race. Michelle is a skill level 4. I'm sorry, 3-4 race. Michelle's a skill level 4. Silva, who's at the table currently, skill level 5.
And she has a chance here to definitely get ahead in this match and get to where it's an even race from here. Make it a 4-4 race. Oh, she drifted that a little far. It's going to be a backwards cut here on this 8-ball. Into the side. She definitely has a shot at it, but she wanted that to stop a little bit sooner. Especially the first rack like this. The same thing the pros feel. Until you feel settled in, and this is the first match either one of these players have played under the lights with all these people watching. I mean, even in the semifinals, there were about 20, 30 people max.
Yeah,
and now all of a sudden,
not quite like this, right?
This and a few thousand people at home watching. So it's a different pressure.
Trying to get a good look at the angle for that 8-ball.
Nice, beautiful.
Well done there by Silva McDermott. She is now on the board with a 1-0 lead. And we're now basically looking at a 3-3 race between these ladies. She will also have the break. I liked what I saw from Silva in that first rack. She looked pretty calm, pretty collected.
She did.
The moment does not appear to be too large for her, so sometimes that can impact things a little bit here when we get to Pool Dog Championship Arena. The referee will rack the balls for this championship final. Again, this is all 8-ball. This is the ladies 8-ball championship. 256 teams down to the final 2 competing for $10,000. They call her the praying mantis. Silva's the praying mantis. I kind of like that.
It's always good with those kind of nicknames because you kind of live up to it.
I haven't heard that one. That's that's original too. Good. So the mantis will have the break. I'm just kidding. I won't call her that unless I know that she has signed off on it.
Well, Michelle had a really great, powerful break here. Let's see if Silva can have the same thing and open the balls up. She almost ran the rack last time.
Gets the 15 to drop.
And that's the series she's going to have. Again, you don't have the option here to pick which one you want. And again, that also goes into the mix that is the equalizer handicap system. Because who's that going to benefit? If you can choose it after your series of balls, if you pocket one series of ball, stripe or solid, obviously it's the better player. So kind of even it out a little bit.
Pockets the 10 in the far corner. The Apocalyptics, they ended up playing, I believe, a sudden death match in the semifinals. So
Jackie asked here if there's any thoughts of raising women's skill level from 13 to 14, and the answer would be no. The national office can look at all the statistics of skill levels of gender, male or female, and in this case, being the women's division, they can look and see the percentages of skill levels 2s, 3s, fours versus the fives and sixes and sevens, and 13 makes sense. Definitely makes sense. 12 could even make sense. I know that sounds disheartening to many, but they're not going to go there. But 13 has come up to be the best number. And even if you're skill level 7 and you want to put a team together, you're going to be able to find plenty of female threes. So it's not just a number that the APA grabbed out of the air. It is the number that does make sense when you look at our membership.
All right, Michelle back at the table here. Looking to generate some positive momentum.
A messier table here than they were faced with last time. This is obviously going to be an issue for the two players right there, as is the 1 and 9 on the other table. All right, good news here to break up at least one of those balls. For Silva here, if she can make that ball on the side, she should be able to drift the cue ball forward and just follow and split the 5 and the 13 up. Then she only has the 9 ball to contend with after that. No.
Silva fails to pocket that 9 in the corner. We'll see Michelle again at the table. Again, Michelle and her teammates, Femmes Fatales. They're from Comac, New York.
Yes, Chris, the players can talk in the ladies division, in the alternate formats here, the showdown series, same thing in the doubles. The players can talk when you're not at the table. Obviously, as long as you don't bother your opposing team or anything, but most players don't like to be talked to. You know, you're sitting there, you're focused, you're concentrating. The last thing you need to do is get somebody to kind of question what you're thinking. If you had a plan, when you get to the table and they say something different, it can really throw you off.
This match being played utilizing the 3-point scoring system, which we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast. A shutout would be worth 3 points. When the losing player makes it to the hill, there's a 2-1 split. Michelle pockets the 4 in the corner. And when the losing player wins at least one game but was not on the hill, it's a 2-0 split. So
Michelle is going to probably obviously be playing a defensive shot here. She could just tap this 6 ball and roll the cue ball up behind the 3. Just make sure you hit a cushion after contact. Oh, I think she left a window on that 9 ball, but I mean, Silva's not going to go over anywhere with this because the 13 is tied up anyway, so.
She's going to go right at the 13 now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, time for Michelle to make pocket some balls here. Just clean off the few balls so that she can be ready to strike if she gets down to the end of the rack or if Silva makes a mistake. But she has to make sure she pockets some balls. Sooner or later, Silva being a skill level 5, she's going to get a chance to run out. Maybe not yet, considering where the 13 ball is.
This is their third round today. We started with quarterfinals, semis, and the final today, right? 3 rounds they've played.
They had the quarterfinals today? Oh, yeah, of course they
Yeah,
did.
they definitely had
Yeah.
quarterfinals. I wasn't sure if they played prior to that
Right.
this morning. I don't think so,
I
though.
don't think so.
They would have had to start really early.
Yeah. No, it was the quarterfinals that ran so late, and then
Quarterfinals ran
semis
late.
ran a little bit late. They went to sudden death, went all the way down to the wire. All right, it's going to be a tester for Michelle here, no matter what she picks. I think I would pick this 6-ball, the thin cut here in the corner. But she could also just roll the ball up here and leave no shot. That would definitely snooker her on the 13 and give really tough shot, almost no way to get back for the 13, even if Silva can make the 9. So that's not a bad place to put it. And you're welcome, and thank you, Scott, Joe. We appreciate that. The staff here, I mean, the crew that's working on this, Greg Fletcher and Steve, Alejandro, and everybody else that's working behind the scenes here have done an incredible job of upgrading. Every year I come in to do commentary, I walk in and I go, now what have you guys done? More effort, more money, more lighting. Now we don't have a camera that is attached to the light anymore like we did in the past. The Westgate last year, if you didn't watch any of the live stream, they turned on blasting the air conditioning and the light was moving. So when we were watching.
Look at there.
Oh, nice shot.
Plus your teleprompter.
Yeah.
Or your, not your teleprompter.
I get to play with this
telestrator.
a little bit. Yeah, the telestrator.
You can draw little faces and whatnot.
I know you've been itching to for a while.
I know, it's fun. Fun toy. Of course, the 9-ball tournament in full swing today. Got kicked off last night. Team captains tournament still ongoing, as well as Masters.
That's the perfect shot. Beautiful. Right there. Got a little double hit on it, but that brought it right in front of the pocket. And now not only is the pressure on Michelle, but she does not have a shot. She's looking if there's any way she can hit that 2-ball, but I don't think I don't think she has a chance. Thinking thinning the 6-ball with a lot of right spin and try to get a snooker out of this, but this is a tall order. Severe threat here for Silva to go ahead 2-0 in this match unless Michelle comes up with a super shot and then runs the table.
Again, if you're just joining us, you're seeing coverage of the APA Ladies 8-Ball Championship from here at Pool Dog Arena in Las Vegas. The third of 6 championships we will be live streaming over the next several days.
He was trying for that 5-ball in the side pocket, but no cigar. Now, only issue here, I'm just realized that I thought this 8-ball would go. If it does, I think Silva is going to be home free, but I don't think it, I don't know. It's going to be close. It's difficult, even with the overhead, that great shot we have close up. It's still hard. Only a player can really see when you're talking about a few millimeters.
The abbreviation FF and the abbreviation A next to the players' names that notes which team they are on. So Silva McDermott currently at the table with the A next to her name is a member of the Apocalyptics. Michelle Pacheco with the FF next to her name is a member of the Femmes Fatales. So helps you keep track of which team they are on.
I do love how creative everybody gets with their team names.
Yeah. I've always found the ladies division typically have the most creative names and shirts.
Because we're more fun.
All right, I'm not. I didn't say that. I didn't
No,
say
no.
you were more fun.
No, it was more
I
of a
married a
statement.
woman. She's pretty fun. Yeah, I get it. I prefer to hang out with ladies. You know.
No, there are some good team names, and it's fun to see everybody have,
Yeah.
have their team shirts and just reading people's shirts as you're walking through the room with 20,000 people. And I would say about a good third of them have team shirts on when they're playing, so it's kind of fun.
Just gonna mark a pocket here. I think that 6 ball is going to prevent her from shooting at that side.
And this is where you really have to be careful, because if she's marking the pocket down here, this is what she did, this is where the cue ball is going to fly, and you could have an early 8. Michelle has been struggling some. There's the move. You can shoot this right here off the 1 ball and into the pocket, and possibly even if you don't make it, it is makeable, but even if you don't, you're liable to leave the 8 ball in the pocket and again put pressure on Michelle.
There was a question about what the spectators see versus what our viewers see. So they see very similar, with the exception of there is no telestrator notes, that the smiley faces and lines and things that Ava's drawing on. The spectators do not have the benefit of seeing that, nor do they necessarily have the benefit of hearing us during the match. So Michelle Pacheco here.
Skill levels, an 8 ball go from 2 to 7, and a 9 ball is 1 to 9 in the APA. And the players that are currently playing, Michelle is a skill level 4, Silva's a skill level 5, and your highest would be 7. The lowest skill level on the ranking in 8 ball is 2. All right, not a bad move. Would have been even better if she could have hung that 3 ball there, so that when and if she gets a shot here, then she would have an easy hanger, but she's got that 5 in the side, so.
Silva and her teammates, they're from Chicago, the Apocalyptics. Silva at the table currently, shooting on the 8 ball. Her opponent in their team is from Comac, New York, Suffolk County, New York.
All right. That's about as good as it's going to get there, Michelle. It's time to get moving. 5 ball is very conveniently laying in the side, with the 3 ball being that close to the pocket. The 2 ball should be the key ball here. I would definitely shoot the 1 here, though. You don't want to shoot the 5 and try to jack up and put some draw on it to come out for the 3. This is where you definitely want to shoot the 1 ball first.
I see one of her teammates standing, prepared to call a timeout, and there it is. There it is. She was just wanting to see what she was doing, and then as soon as she saw it, she decided to interject. I believe this is Caroline Casagrande with the coach here.
And my advice would be here to make the 1 and then get to the 2 as quickly as you can. And if it doesn't work out, then you always have the 5 in the side pocket. You want to always make the cue ball travel as little as possible and leave the easiest ones for last if you can. If you can't get on the 2, then deal with that later. But try to get on the 2 ball now and get that out of the way. And then there's an easy way to get down for the 3 ball with a 5 hanging right there.
One of the commenters keeps asking about leagues in Puerto Rico. We do not currently have APA leagues in Puerto Rico. At one time, we did have some teams playing down there, but I don't think they were able to sustain it. It was a new market, and they never were able to get it off the ground to where it was able to keep going. So not opposed to having leagues in Puerto Rico. We just have not found the right league operator there. So if that's something you're interested in, you can reach out to us through our website, poolplayers.com.
And that was a tough miss there, just taking her eye off the ball. Michelle does not look real comfortable in this match. So Silva's going to go ahead and get that second one as well.
So that's 2 on the board for Silva. She now needs just 2 games to win this first match. Michelle still needing 3.
And this is, you know, with the ladies only being 3 matches, it's always not a, you know, fun thing to be down 3-0, but it's very important to stop a player from winning 3-0 because there's only 3 matches in ladies. So then
it's a tough road to come back from. Yep.
Yeah.
Got to get a point.
Just or stop them from getting 3.
Or limit them to 2, right?
It's really important for Michelle to get 1 game to at least have it be 2-0.
Absolutely,
so,
absolutely. So referees preparing the rack. Ladies talking things over with their teammates. Nice crowd that is assembled here in Pool Dog Championship Arena. And we want to thank our friends at Pool Dog for helping us to bring you this coverage of the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. They got some different offers and things available to our members that you can take advantage of right now. If you need to pick up a new pool cue or you're looking for some new pool-related accessories, would encourage you to go to pooldog.com/APA champs. Check out the deals that they have for you guys over there. Of course, want to thank our other sponsors, Action Cues, Valley Dynamo, and Airmouth Billiard Balls. Appreciate all of their support. Silva with the break here. She likes to break from that side rail. Scratches.
Now, unfortunately for Michelle, this time we've got a mess right here. The last couple of racks have been pretty friendly.
Yep.
This one, not so much. This is going to be a bit of a chess game in this particular rack. It was still a legal break, obviously, but the ball's just decided not to.
Of course, she has ball in hand behind the head string because the scratch occurred on the break. See if Michelle can get some, put a few balls together here. That's a good start. Pockets the 4 in the corner. You can see the cluster there that Ava mentioned. Some heavy traffic. And Michelle's going to be content to let Silva try to navigate it. So
yeah. Here, you can have it. If it wasn't for the risk of the 8-ball flying in, this one you might want to just
smash them.
Yeah, you know, especially now Silva's got the upper hand. Although you don't really want to get away from, that. Obviously, you need to be patient. That's why I prefer 9-ball. My game's 9-ball. I don't have the patience for.
You play 9-ball? Do you?
A little bit.
Oh, okay.
8-ball is a beautiful game, especially to me on a bar table. I think it's a fantastic game because it is kind of like chess. But I don't like chess either. So I struggle with, you know, I don't play 1 pocket either. A lot of people love playing 1 pocket. I did grow up playing straight pool. That was my original game. But to me, the 9-ball requires less patience. Let's put it that way. That is
a faster game,
flaw.
Right? It's a
my
faster
flaw,
game.
But yeah.
That's why you see it on TV. It's why you know it's.
And I've really seen it's pretty amazing how 9-ball has grown in the APA. Just since I took over, it's been 10 years since I've been doing this, but you know, not just on a local level for me, but I mean nationally it's starting to really pick up where people are enjoying, who have never really been faced with playing, you know, maybe they played some bar pool and just kind of with bar rules, whatever, and all of a sudden they join the APA and then join the 9-ball team and go, wow. And with a point system that we play in 9-ball, that's going to be coming up, obviously, in the 9-ball championship. You know, you realize that anybody's got a chance to win against anybody. If you're skill at level 9 and you're playing a 1, you better play like a 9.
Right.
You know, there's no letting up at that point.
Yeah.
So, but both games are great. Any pool game is great. But I think most everybody has a preference one over the other.
Well, the good news is we've got them all out here in Vegas in our piece of a pool playing paradise that we've got going. 8-ball, 9-ball, ladies, team captain, masters. Of course, we saw Jack and Jill a few days back.
I like all of our doubles formats. In the in the spring,
I
we
love
have
watching the alternate
8-ball and
shot. I like
9-ball.
the alternate shot
Yeah, it's
aspect of
fun.
it for sure.
It's fun. I know when Coastal Carolina APA, the league that we have down in South Carolina and North Carolina, every time we have a qualifying event for, let's say, the Jack and Jill, there's a waiting list.
Right.
I could easily make that a 2-day event. We always have people waiting to get in.
Somebody was asking about 10-ball. No plans for us to do 10-ball. I don't know that it would make sense for, just based on how our 9-ball works. I mean, Ava, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the popularity of 10-ball is because the chance of the 10-ball on the break is much less. It's basically a triangular rack, and it eliminates that. So if you were to, I mean, if 9-ball for us is based on points, it wouldn't make much sense, really.
I think, again, this is an amateur league, and to me, if we were going to introduce 10-ball, the only place it really would make sense to me is in Masters, incorporate it into the Masters format somehow.
Because they play 9-ball straight up, yeah.
Do a 9-ball, 8-ball, and 10-ball kind of a format, something like that. But I don't know that it makes a lot of sense in...
With the point system, I don't know that it would.
No, it's kind of, I don't know.
We'll never say never, but it's not something that's currently on the radar. And
we would have to, like, tell Westgate they would have to build another building on. Where are we going to have that championship?
We're
pretty maxed out right now.
That would be another logistical thing we would have to figure out. But again, I won't say never, but not something that is in the works currently. So
if we do that, I think we're going to have to move right across the street and go into the convention center, because I don't think we have the room to do that.
Yeah,
so.
That brings up that's a whole nother challenge to work with the convention center. It makes us really appreciate our friends here at the Westgate and all their expertise in terms of setting this event up, along with our staff side by side.
And the feeling, too. Convention centers always get so cold feeling. But this, I mean, the rooms here, we're so lucky to have that. They're very, very comfortable to play in and to be in.
Somebody's asking about the history on Apocalyptic. So they did win this event 2 years ago. Only one of the ladies currently on this team was on that team. That is Darlene Dantes, the captain. Not sure if we'll see her or not in this match. She's played 2 matches thus far throughout the tournament. So there is one original member of that team here. Michelle will return to the table. Michelle Pacheco of the Femmes Fatales.
Raphael thinks he's very funny. We all have a different sense of humor. All right, I'm going to see here. She's going to leave her a shot. Yeah, it's not much of a shot on the 15. That's a severe back cut and getting back around. Oh, I'm sorry, she's got the 10-ball on the side. Never mind. It's a great chance for Silva here to get on the hill. Ken Silva is a skill level 5, so obviously very capable of running this. And she is so calm the whole match from the very beginning. Just nice tempo, doesn't seem to have a lot of nerves going on. Sometimes it's a good thing, even if you do, to pretend you don't, so that you scare your opponent a little bit and you calm yourself down. And she shot that just perfectly. Just float the cue ball into the rail and back up again. The 8-ball goes in all 6 pockets, so just what she decides to do here.
Only the 8-ball remains now for Silva. Debates the side versus the corner there. She will opt to shoot it in the side pocket. Again, as Ava mentioned, this would put her on the hill and would guarantee her at least 1 point in this match. Very nicely done for Silva. Pockets the 8 in the side. Now on the hill, needs just 1 game. And if that game is the next game, she will take 3 points out of this first match, which would be a commanding early lead.
Yeah, that's tough. And again, even if it's 3-0 in a 5-match race like it is in regular 8-ball, it's one thing. But in the ladies, it's only 3 matches, and those 3 points, that's big.
Right. Of course, a lot of you folks watching on our Facebook page can like our page. You'll get notifications as we continue the live streaming throughout the rest of the week and when we do other live streams. Or you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are simulcasting on both platforms currently. Or you can do both. You can subscribe and like the page, and you won't ever miss a thing that we do. You can be all up in our APA business. We love that.
Well, the good thing about social media is I tell my players in our area all the time is that if you miss the information and it was put out there, it's on you.
Right.
It's up there on the national Facebook page and Instagram and everywhere else. We also have it on our locals. So, and on the app. It's so great for me as a league operator now to be able to put information on the app where I know that somebody on the team has the app, and you can look at the news, and there's no reason why your team would miss any information.
That app's some cool stuff, too,
I
isn't
like it a lot.
And you know what's coming soon.
I know.
Dun, dun, dun. Electronic scoring is
finally
in the works.
What I like, though, is that we didn't rush that just because technology is here. We got to have apps. All the testing that you guys are doing at the national office with it and making sure that it is ready to go and that it's not going to affect the integrity of the APA and the scoring. Because as a league operator, I love the score sheets because I feel like I can see a lot of what happened in the match and kind of trace the players. So I'm a little bit scared of the app, to tell you the truth, but it is time.
Well, the good thing about the app is, it can time stamp certain things when things are marked and that kind of thing. So, we're still testing. It's been released slowly into some various test markets around the country. So far, the reviews have been outstanding. We've been testing 8-ball scoring. That is the first that will roll out before we turn our attention to 9-ball. But a lot of folks thinking, well, why haven't you done that sooner? And it's not just a matter of setting up an app that can score it, but it has to also tie into our internal systems, right? It's got to pull information from our database. And, 250,000 members over 40 years, there's a lot of data. So everything's got to work together, but they are moving along at a pretty good pace, something for our members to look forward to in the months ahead. Meanwhile, Michelle Pacheco doing everything she can to extend this match.
Well, things are just not going right for Michelle. Sometimes it's just not there. Your stroke isn't there. Nervous, but even if you're not nervous, how many times have you not gone and played league and last week you played awesome and you're so excited you're going to rack them up and you're playing and you can't make a ball. And you go, okay, this doesn't matter, there's no pressure, and you can't figure out what, that's the game. The game, it comes and it goes. It's just not a fun thing when it goes when you're in this position, especially, with the added nerves that they're feeling right now.
Silva pockets the 7 in the corner. Less online payment for weekly dues. That, again, is also being developed. That is actually available in some markets now. I don't know that it's used widely yet, but I would expect as we move more into the electronic or mobile scoring, however you want to refer to it, you continue to see more and more of that evolve. So,
of course.
Just some great options for the players, make things a little more convenient.
It's funny you say that because when, I go home to see my family in Sweden every year. Do you know there's no cash there anymore?
Really?
Nobody accepts cash. You can go to the, a big department store or to like a Walmart or Target type store, or you can go to a restaurant. there's no money
No
accepted.
physical currency
No
whatsoever.
the banks,
Interesting.
the
I did not
banks,
know that.
there's no robbing banks. There's no money at the bank. You can't get money out of the bank. And most of them have closed because everybody does everything electronically.
Right.
So I hope they don't have a big hack system coming into the national system someday. They're going to be in trouble. There's no cash anywhere.
I would imagine a country like Sweden would safeguard against something like that, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm sure they're working overtime.
Sure they
on
have.
that. But
That's
you never
crossed
know.
their mind.
You
Yeah.
never know. All right, we're going to see here if she can keep this going. Obviously, she should be feeling even better now than she did before, Silva. In the fact that she is on the hill, she's guaranteed a point for her team. And she's got a bit of a cushion. Michelle needs 3 to Silva's 1.
We've talked quite a bit about the challenge that comes with coming into the Pool Dog Arena and competing in a much different environment than not just local league, but, you know, the tournament here itself. It's, you know, most of your matches, you might have a couple of people watching in the main room, but mostly it's people playing.
Mm-hmm.
You get in here and it's all about you. Nice job there by Michelle.
Good shot, Michelle. Yeah, I've played matches on television before where I just wanted to tell everybody in the crowd and the cameras to just leave for a minute and let me regroup. Because, you know, especially if you make some really bad mistakes. Like we saw this player yesterday who was a skill level 6 and could not get anything right and started to feel worse and worse. And what happens then is you just want to hide. You want to crawl under the table or you want to take your cue and leave because you get embarrassed that you're not performing. You feel bad that you're letting your teammates down and you just want to rewind and start over. And it's really hard to let go of big mistakes and just snap out of it and keep going. I wish I had the, people ask me about it all the time. I wish I had the golden rule, the golden ticket and know how to tell somebody to do that, but it's tough.
We got an original member of the Apocalyptics tuning in.
Oh, Alicia, I remember Alicia.
It's amazing how, you know, we kind of get a few years out, but we do remember the team names for sure. I always thought that was a pretty creative one, too, the Apocalyptics. Silva pockets the 1 in the corner. Again, we'll see 3 matches or potentially up to 3 matches in this Ladies 8-Ball Championship. Pockets the 6 in the corner.
And no shot on the 8. Didn't come out far enough. Just kind of drifted down a little bit. You got to remember the cloth slides when it's new like this, so you expect it to just come straight out from the rail. It's not going to do that. You got to kind of adjust a little bit. What you think is the tangent line is just going to shift a little bit because of the cloth sliding when it's new. And we're in Vegas, so the rails tend to be a little bit slower than they are if there's a lot of humidity, but the cloth slides.
Talked about the fact this is a big game here for Silva. This would give her a 3-0 shutout in the first of potentially 3 matches.
She's going to try to curve it. Good
Not
job
quite.
hitting it.
She does
She
get
did
the
hit
8-ball
it.
to the rail, so she avoids fouling.
All right, Michelle.
Now's the time, Michelle.
9, 11, 10, 14 would be the ultimate. Or 9, 13. I'm sorry, 9, 13.
Michelle and her teammates from Comac, New York. Femmes Fatales is their team. Comac, as I understand, is in Suffolk County, which is Long Island, where they play out of felt billiards.
Yeah, I guess there was a comment on there about Silva McDermott playing with the McDermott. She could go for a sponsorship here.
Of course.
Hey, just say, hey, if they win here, she can go talk to him about that.
Maybe she's like a part of the family. I don't know. We don't know much about her.
I don't think so.
Do you know the McDermotts?
I do.
Do you? She's not like a cousin or a...
No, well, I shouldn't say she's not, but I doubt it. There are a few McDermotts in this country, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of striking Vikings?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Timeout here by the Femme Fatales. This is Caroline Casagrande, the highest rated member of the Femmes Fatales, giving a coach to Michelle.
Oh, that's her married name, so maybe she's married to a McDermott. We just found out from Zina.
Patrick McDermott is her husband.
All right, left herself a good shot here on the 14. It's a good little timeout. Good shot, if that was the plan. And now, if she hits this with center ball, making the 14 here, she's would be able to stun the cue ball out nicely for the 13, or she can go ahead and just float it up. Even if it goes into the 13, you might have a shot at it. And again, anytime a ball goes in all 6 pockets, you have a lot to choose from, but you should always have a plan. Just taking that for granted isn't good enough, because that's when things go wrong. You end up on the 50-yard line or too close to it, or bad angle or something.
Nicely
All right,
done.
so far so good. And there's yuck. Not quite what you want right there. She should be able to avoid scratching in the side if she hits this with high, just making the 13 follow it and go into the side cushion and back out for the 8 in the same pocket. Just need to make sure you follow this nicely. It's super high. There you go. She's cueing it just right. Oh boy.
Pockets the 13.
She aimed it with high, but then she didn't hit it with high. She didn't hit it with follow. Just because you hit high doesn't mean you're following. You need to really get that stroke and hit it higher than you think. And that usually shows up when it's an almost straight-in shot or less of an angle. If you actually stroked it with high, or if you're cutting it, then obviously the forward motion is going to be there, but she kind of stunned it.
I like the story Sean McDermott tells.
Oh, no. She's trying to hit dead straight on it there and just hit it off to the left a little.
I fear that may be it on this first match. Silva McDermott. Pockets the 8 ball, takes the match 4-0, which means that's 3 big points right out of the gate for the Apocalyptics. They are essentially now 2 points away from victory. Have an opportunity here in the second match to close things out. Take a few minutes, and while we do that, while the ladies prepare for the second match, let's hear a word from our friends at PoolDog.com.
Tired of the same old when you're buying billiard supplies? Come shop with the big dogs at PoolDog.com. You want pool cues? We've got over 700. Balls, cases, accessories, no problem. Want help with your game? How does hundreds of free training articles sound? Want to shop offline? We'll mail you a free catalog. Hit us up online, PoolDog.com, or call 866-843-3294.
Las Vegas. For most, the ultimate party destination. A place to run wild and leave the routine behind. But for a pool player, it's so much more. Their ultimate goal, their grandest stage, their biggest moment. It's time to take your Vegas fate into your own hands. 1. Compete and win a local qualifier board to advance to a regional event. 2. Once there, be a top finisher in your own skill level tier. 3. Win a trip to Las Vegas to compete in the APA Pool Player Championships. 4. Own your biggest moment on pool's grandest stage. Take your Vegas fate into your own hands today. Realize your Vegas destiny tomorrow.
Harbor, Florida for the championship round of this year's U.S. Amateur Championship. This round will feature from Peoria, Illinois, Abram Shade, and from Barrie, Ontario, Canada. Bulldog Championship Arena for the continuation of the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. The Apocalyptics from Chicago currently leading 3-0 over Femmes Fatales. Breaking here is Courtney Glasgow, skill level 5 for the Apocalyptics. Her opponent, Alexis Zaletto, skill level 4, so we're again looking at a 4-3 race.
They have Caroline on there. I'm surprised they're not putting her up.
Yeah, you know, we've talked a lot about matchup strategies and things like that.
Right.
I would anticipate we will see her if it goes to a third match, but
they desperately need to win here.
That seems to be their formula to get to 13, 2 4s and a 5. So, but yeah, you know, some folks would choose to make sure you get your top-rated player in no matter what, because if you don't get to that
your
third match,
not
then they sit on the bench. So,
especially with the other team having a 5 up. So,
on the flip side of that, we'll have seen 2 5s from the Apocalyptics now, which means the only player they can play in that final is Crystal Banks, skill level 3. So, Apocalyptics are kind of betting on the second matchup, right? Trying to close it out here. Again, this is Courtney Glasgow at the table. A win by Courtney in this match would lock up the Ladies 8-Ball Championship for the team from Chicago.
Major mess here with everything. And you got to give it to Darlene Dantes on the Apocalyptics. She has put together 2 teams, and I can't tell you how often I run into captains who are just really smart captains, not just smart about putting players together on the team, but also the coaching and putting up,
matching
up and everything else. We've talked about that several times, and for those of you who played a long time know that that's the truth. You know, I have a couple of captains that have been out here a lot, and I tell you, trust me when I tell you, not one player is over or under handicapped. They're right where they're supposed to be, and anybody in our league will agree to that. But they keep, that captain keeps winning because captain plays smart, he or she. Just puts up smart choices as far as who's playing up in the matchups and everything else, and works with the lower skill level players also as far as playing defense. And I say it over and over again, a lot of, about half of the defensive shots, especially in 8-ball, you don't need to have great execution. You need to have, you know, education. And so if you just educate your lower players, you can have a 2 or a 3 play safeties like a 5, or think like a 5 when it comes to making a ball and then playing a safety if you don't feel comfortable or what to look for. That doesn't take skill, that takes knowledge. And you know, so many captains just don't share that knowledge with their lower skill level players.
That's some good insight there from a Hall of Famer, folks. Little free advice from the striking Viking.
That's better than free advice from Jason, I think. Jason the Jaw.
Oh, we're going to go there?
I went there. Sorry. Yeah, that's going to stick.
That's the nickname they gave me last night.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're seeing Alexis at the table for femmes fatales. And yes, we know that the French term is femme fatales, but the ladies were very adamant that it's femmes for them. Femmes fatales. Unable to pocket that 6 in the corner. Were you able to see the 9-ball opening ceremonies last night? Did you catch it? I wasn't down there for it. We finished up here kind of late, so.
Yeah, we were.
It's always one of my favorite things to see the national anthem and everything. So hopefully that was exciting for those of you that were able to take it in.
And I like that, you know, there are 2 opening ceremonies. You know, that it's not just the beginning of it and these are the opening ceremonies and then have it that, but also do one again when the next crew of players come in, and 9-ball players and everything else. So
I'll be honest, it's always been kind of weird to me that we have 2 opening ceremonies, but I know why we do it. It's just I think about the Olympics when they have the big opening ceremony. And
well, you're wrong. It's good.
Well, it's not the first time. Certainly won't be the last.
No, but I mean, there's so many players that don't come in till
sure, no, yeah,
you know,
that's exactly why we do it. Yep, for sure.
And she can sing.
She can. Lisa Smith.
Oh, my goodness.
She's a local singing sensation, and she's been doing that for 5-6 years now. She's been great, and not only that, but she actually learned the Japanese anthem because we have the team from the teams from Japan that come in, and she took that on herself. We didn't even ask her to do that, but she said, "I'm going to learn how to sing that," and
that's pretty amazing.
She is exceptional. Everybody gets chills when she hits some of those notes in the national anthem. National anthem is very cool. Alexis back at the table here. Pockets the 5 in the corner.
See if she can really keep things rolling here. She does have a shot at the 6, I believe, into the side. It does go. Obviously, here's your issue right here for her to go all the way out. But 5 ball is not makeable in the corner pocket. 7 is well guarded as well, so there's definitely not going to be a run-out situation. Looks like she's playing the 7. I'm going to play safety. It's not a bad choice there. Nowhere to go here for Courtney.
Femmes Fatales defeated the Hustlin' Honeys from Greensburg, Pennsylvania in the semifinal round. I don't have the score sheet for the Apocalyptics. I'm not exactly sure who they beat in the semifinals. I do know that one went to sudden death. It's such a serious reference, sudden death.
Sudden death. And every match that you play, other than the finals here, you always have to be prepared that it could go that way in tournament play.
Yeah, and the reason for that is obviously you have to keep the tournament going. We do have a finite amount of time to deal with here, so it's...
You know, we do it locally.
Do you?
In the championship, all the way through. We do it through the whole tournament, and we say even the finals, we're going to stay the same. And one year, both teams convinced me and said, we were running late already, but they convinced me and said, can we please just play this out? 7 hours and 45 minutes. I said, that will never happen again.
Yeah.
You guys just go ahead and play the way you have through the whole tournament. Yeah. And it's that's the way it's going to be in Vegas anyway until the finals. So you might as well get used to it and used to who to put up and when. And
right.
Yeah, that'll never happen again.
So the skill level limit here is 13. We had a question about that. Femmes Fatales have now played their second 4, so they're at 8. Our guess is if they get to that third match, you'll see Caroline Casagrande, they're 5. Whereas the Apocalyptics have now played 2 5s, leaving only their skill level 3 as the eligible player, Crystal Banks. So, again, I think the strategy here for Apocalyptics is to put it away here in the second match. And for Femmes Fatales, they're just, they want to hold their top player for that third potential match. They're counting on Alexis to get them there. Yes, the 4 ball is pink instead of purple. We are using the Aramith TV balls here.
And if you've been watching,
7 ball is brown.
Yeah, if you've been watching Pro Pool, we've been using those for a long time. It doesn't make a ton of difference, but it does help a little bit. And the purple and the, you know, it's either or. I like the TV balls, but I don't think now with high def it makes as big of a difference, especially now with the quality of equipment we have here that you can see, and the people watching on phones or on smart TVs or whatever it is. I don't think it makes as much of a difference as it used to.
I think it makes the biggest difference to our friends at Aramith who have asked us to use their
Absolutely.
Pro TV set in the finals match, and we are happy to accommodate them. Of course, very appreciative of their support. Aramith, really the premier billiard balls in the pool world. So
You bet.
that is what all 300 of the tables here in Vegas have, Aramith balls.
I'm going to see if she can squeeze this cue ball by the 15. Yeah, she should have no problem making this. Oh, no, just enough to where it caught her. Now we're going to see, Alexis, you need to make something happen here. Not for just in this match, but for overall, you need to make sure to win this match. A 2-0 or 2-1 the other way will not work. Courtney wins this match. That will be the end of the finals in the women's division. So a lot of pressure on Alexis here.
Alexis pockets the 1.
And, you know, we wondered why they would not put up their 5, Caroline, in this match. Why you would put up a 4 against a 5. But if you think about it, you know, you would want to put up the person that can handle the pressure best.
Right.
Because obviously there's pressure in the last match, but this one here to even get to the last match, plus she only needs 1 game less. I'm not sure who put up first,
Ooh.
but that could be part of it.
Yeah, well, if you look over their roster, you look at their matches played, Michelle, who led off, has played 5. Alexis has played 7. Caroline has played 7. Their other 2 players have not played more than 3 games apiece in this tournament. So their formula is the 2 4s and the 5. Regardless, you know, I don't know what order that they've played that order throughout, but that's kind of been their formula. And you see that on both of these teams. You've got 3 players that have primarily played for the Apocalyptics as well. Both teams with 5 players on their rosters. And everybody on those teams has played at some point, but both the captains only recording 2 matches throughout the tournament.
You know, it's funny, when I first took over as league operator, which has been 10 years now, I was warned a lot about having a women's division. Some of the crotchety old league operators said, oh, you don't want to do that. The women are nothing but trouble. All you do is argue. And I love our women's division, I swear. And it's grown through the years and become a very solid part of the APA league in our area. So it's fun to see the division out here. There used to be 8 players on a team, kind of like the regular.
Yeah, full roster,
Yeah.
five player match.
But there was no way to grow in there's a lot of smaller league areas around the country, and there was just no way for them to have a division of women, because there were just not enough players to put 8-man teams or 8 women teams together. You would end up with a lot of 4-team divisions. They would play each other over and over and over. So by going to this, not only can we do that, but we could let more players come here as well. There's more teams here now. There's more players being able to come out here than there was before. So
our friend Missy Casadente tuning in. She may be on her flight back to New York at the moment. So I know she was out here at one point, very excited. I think she said for the first time in 23 years, she has a team in the finals. That's, of course, the Femmes Fatales.
Oh, that's exciting.
So, yeah, very exciting for you guys as league operators when you have players or teams that are successful. And, you know, with 300 leagues out there, it's not that common that you do. And
right.
Watch out. Watch out.
Ouch.
A scratch there by Alexis.
We'll see here, Courtney. Yeah, you know, quickly mention that you were talking about how much it means. I came out here, I had 10 healthy nails, and I think I bit off, let's say 5 of them, and there's still 4 days to go. I tend to root pretty hard for my peeps, but
Better schedule a manicure for when you get home.
Yeah,
that
no,
manicure going on.
I don't do all that.
The Striking Viking doesn't get a manicure?
No. I'm a pool player. I don't have
Yeah.
time for all that. And all I have to do is put my hand in the pocket to pick up a ball,
Plus,
and
you're
they
like
break
you're
anyway.
like a country girl, right? You
I'm
guys
kind-
live out on like a
Yeah,
property,
the
and you got
horse,
like
dog,
horses,
cat,
and
yeah.
you got to get home, do some work.
No, Mitchell's
Work
home
around.
doing work.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Takes care of the horses?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, it's actually Nikki and Toby that do all that, but we had horses, and we're going to have them again. So that's his thing. He does a lot of that.
Watch out.
Wow. How did she hit
There
it?
you go.
The speed turned out to be absolutely perfect right there. And all you have to do is drift up now, and I don't know. We'll see here. It's going to make it an even race. If she makes this, it'll be down to a 4-4 race.
$15 drops. Turns your attention to the 8-ball. Marks her pocket. Courtney Glasgow on the scoreboard first, leads 1-0, which means we are now at a race to 3 for both of these ladies.
And not only that, but she guaranteed that the best that Alexis can do, even if she wins 4 games in a row here,
2.
is she can get 2 points to 0, so that will be a 3-2 at the very worst for them right now. So that is, in addition, is an important part other than, you know, drawing first blood in this match.
Absolutely. So I know a lot of folks tuning in interested, you know, how do I get involved in APA if I'm not already involved? And the way to do that is to go to our website, poolplayers.com. You can join right now. We actually have our fall session teams forming right now, so it's a perfect time to get involved for the fall session. You go to poolplayers.com/join. You can actually join today, become a member, and your league operator will get you put on a team, or you can bring some folks with you. I tend to find those that bring, you know, at least 1 or 2 other people with them. They seem to be a little more comfortable in the team dynamic. But, you know, if you're new to an area, it's a good way to meet some new people. Or, you know, we've had a lot of people that actually, believe it or not, fall in love playing in Pool League. We've talked about that many times over the years. So you just never know what's going to happen when you join an APA league, and we'd encourage you to get out there and do that today, and maybe we'll see you out here in Vegas next year.
That's true. We have one of our players, Jen and Andy. They got married last year, and Jen is out here in ladies this year. And she realized that while she was out here, it was going to be their anniversary. So she called him, and he is going to come out and join her and they're going to stay an extra few days and celebrate their 1-year anniversary. So.
Love hearing stories like that about people that met and how APA has literally changed their life. I get a lot of folks that reach out to me to tell me different stories like that. I know we had a guy last year that I was able to sit down and interview, a guy from Louisiana that had a heart attack in the middle of their city tournament, and fortunately 2 of his fellow league members or firefighters come to his rescue and keep him alive long enough for paramedics to get there. They said, without a doubt, had those gentlemen not been there, he would not have survived. So, you know, really, you talk about life-changing. That's life-saving right there.
And we had a disaster almost happen here. We had somebody have a stroke out here, was it yesterday? And just got noticed that he is going to pull through. He's doing okay, but it looked for a while that we were going to lose a player here at the World Championship. So, you know, and a lot of it is you're traveling, the stress of it and everything else. And we have, what is it, about 15,000 players out here, 13,000?
14,000 participants. We estimate between 18 and 20,000 total attendees with spouses and friends that come out.
So it is, I mean, obviously it is a potential that something is like that's going to happen.
It's important. It's very important to take care of yourself while you're out here.
Drink water.
Lots of water, plenty of rest. You know, don't neglect yourself while you're out here. It's easy to do, I know. It's easy to eat poorly. It's easy to consume a few too many. But it is important to try to take care of yourself. And I think we see that from the teams that make it this far, typically. They're the ones that aren't out partying and getting crazy at night. They're maybe after they win, they're going out and getting crazy. But they're focused on the tournament.
If you do drink alcohol, go with your in my case, my father's suggestion, you know, drink one water, and you might be able to survive it out here. But no, but a lot of the players will say to me, you know, and ask my opinion, and I say, you know what, if you tend to have a beer or 2 when you're playing at home, this is an amateur event. This is about having fun, going out, enjoying yourself. It's not the World Championships. There's no doping, you know, Olympic committee coming after you. So if you like having a couple of beers, by all means, go ahead. You know, you don't overdo it thinking, because then you're going to put so much pressure on yourself. But any more than that, and you're just cheating yourself and potentially your team from having a chance to being here in the championship arena, or even doing well or doing as well as you want to or have a chance to. So,
all right, so we're seeing Alexis Zaletto back at the table. She pockets the 13 in the corner. Alexis and the Femmes Fatales looking to force a 3rd match in this year's Ladies 8-Ball Championship. Currently trailing by 3 points.
Courtney definitely has a shot at the 5, but it's a bit of a backwards cut. You're going to need to let that cue ball fly, which is never recommended if there's any way to avoid it, because you never know if it's going to scratch. You could knock the 8 ball in. One thing that a good player always wants to do is to control that cue ball and know which path it's going to take, even if it's going to travel around the table. But just be careful when you go into balls. Obviously, there's no option sometimes, like here. But there's no other shot. That was a good shot by Darby.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good by Courtney there.
Drops the 5 in the corner. Plenty of room to maneuver here. I mentioned earlier, this is the 3rd of 6 championships we are live streaming here at the APA World Championships in Las Vegas. Tomorrow, we've got a good one on tap. We've got the Masters Championship. That'll take place at 1 p.m. Pacific time. 4 p.m. for those of you on the East Coast. That should be some outstanding pool there. Our Masters division is non-handicapped. All high-skilled players. Jump cues allowed. So some rules variations there. And it's a combination 8-ball, 9-ball. Very similar to our U.S. Amateur Championship format. So that is always a popular one. I anticipate we will have a packed house viewing that here in Pool Dog Arena. Courtney studying the shot here, shooting the 6 ball.
Still a lot to contend with here. The 9 and 8 being tied up, 1 and 11 being tied up. Other than that, it looks pretty good, but you got to be able to get to not one, but both. All right, not a bad effort there. I was wondering if she was going to try to make the 15 and break out the 12 with it, but she tried to go ahead and lag that 11. If it goes in, she might have been able to break that 12 up then.
Somebody's asking about Masters. So basically, again, Masters is a non-handicap. No skill levels are used in that format. It's straight up play. It's combination 8-ball, 9-ball. And if that's something you're interested in, you need to talk to your local APA league operator. Not all leagues have Masters divisions. Typically the smaller ones do not, simply because they don't have enough high-level players to run that program. So it may or may not be available. It's something you can talk to your league operator about, though, to find out. Definitely a very fun format to watch if you're interested in seeing higher skilled players compete. We will have that tomorrow, again, 1 p.m. Pacific time, West Coast time.
Not only that, but it's also a great format to play, even if you realize that you are not going to be the team that goes to Las Vegas, if you're playing in a division. You know, because it is one of those where you can stack teams, you can take the best 3 players. But if you want to improve, it is a day of just playing against and watching really good players. Now, obviously, during the league, you're going to have teams, you know, that have good players on them as well.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Masters, and plus we're playing the USM format, which is a lot of fun. It's both 8-ball and 9-ball.
Right.
It's a really great format. very popular where we are. Jump cues are allowed, push shot is allowed, and that type of thing. So it's a little bit different, but it's if your plan is to really improve in this, and you're a 6 and you're thinking about, I can't compete, you will learn a lot just playing by the Masters.
Of course, the Masters final also played here in Pool Dog Championship Arena. All 6 championships played here in the arena. Courtney Glasgow leading 1-0 currently at the table.
Well, Courtney does have the 5-ball hanging near the pocket, but she's trying to figure out the game plan here for the 1. And I would think that if you just roll this in, it's a fairly easy, very makeable bank shot on the 1. Instead of trying to break it and drawing the ball and everything else, just kind of tap this in. And you can play the 1 ball, and I think that is what she's planning on doing. And by playing the bank on the 1 ball, the cue ball should stay right around here after going into the 12.
A lot of folks seem fixated on Courtney shooting in a skirt. We had some fashionistas last night. We had a couple today too, so that's all right.
Well, I think it is too, the fact that it's striped. It's a little psychedelic.
Yeah, on the camera.
Yeah.
Psychedelic.
That was a good word, right?
Yeah.
For a Swede, anyway. My husband makes fun of me when I come with any word like that. He goes, "Oh my gosh."
Nice shot.
Good shot.
Although,
No, she can make it.
can she get to that 7?
Oh yeah, definitely get to the 7. Key's going to be getting on the 8 here because she's going to have to either come this way and back out or come around and below, which a lot of people are not crazy about because you got to put center left on it and really dig it around. So the easier shot is to put a little low on it, maybe a little bit of low right.
Courtney able to run that 7 ball down in the corner. Looks like she can see the 8 ball.
Yeah, she's going to have a tough shot here. Another inch, if she rolls around another inch, and she wouldn't be able to make it down in the corner.
Tough shot upcoming here, but a big shot. You see the referee there to make sure that she does not make contact with that 9 ball first.
And that's one thing, too, that I forget. You know, I don't play on 7-foot tables very much. So on a bigger table, you always play kind of center table position. And you don't want to shoot too many balls down the rail, especially on a tighter table, a 9-foot table all the way down. So you tend to want to come around. So she'd obviously played the smart shot position-wise here. Took the 12 out of the equation altogether. Just needs to roll this into the corner.
Just missed. Brings Alexis back to the table. Alexis Zaletto of the Femmes Fatales. They are currently trailing 3 points to none to their opponent, the Apocalyptics. Femmes Fatales are out of Comac, New York, the Long Island area. Alexis is going to get a timeout from her teammate, Caroline Casagrande here. Talk this over a little bit.
Well, the beauty when you have 2 balls hanging in the pocket like this for her in this situation is that you can play position for the 12. Make the 9, play position for the 12. And if you get out of line, you have a bailout with one of those 2 balls. That's the luxury of this situation. Obviously, you would love to leave the 14 for last, being where the 8 ball is. If we can see the overhead real quick and you can see the layout, I mean, you know that 8 ball being right there, the ultimate would be to get the cue ball right here. Just pop the 14 ball in. That's perfect right there. And now she has a choice. You can go either way here. Depends on what she prefers. Some people like to roll the ball. Some people like to put a little bit low on it. And one thing you don't want to do is just tap in the 14 ball after this and have the wrong angle on the, tap in the 10 ball and have the wrong angle on the 14. Because then you're going to have to, now she's going to have to go into the 8, it looks like. I don't think she can hold it there. And if she can, she's got to hit it really softly. All right. Good thing she made it. She's on the 8, but got a lot tougher than she wanted to be due to the fact she was on the incorrect side of that 14. If you're going to go into it, you need to hit the 14 a lot thinner on the other side of the pocket and have to make sure the cue ball drifts into the correct side of the 8. Now she's got a tester here. This is kind of a must make.
So she's unable to pocket the 8 ball. That means Courtney will have another shot at it. She's going to go ahead and mark the same pocket.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Off the rail like that, well done.
Courtney now with a 2-0 lead. She now needs 2 more games to not only win this match, but the championship for her team of the Apocalyptics. Alexis still needing 3 games. Referee's gonna clean off that cue ball, and ladies will regroup momentarily and prepare for this 3rd game of the 2nd match. $256 teams that were competing in this year's Ladies 8-Ball Championship. These 2 have navigated their way to the final here in Pool Dog Arena. Apocalyptics from Chicago, Femmes Fatales from New York. You can see the referee is handling the racking in the finals. That's yet another of the changes we have implemented this year.
of the corner. Oh, that was, well, it kind of turned out okay. She blocked the pocket at least, stopping Courtney from having kind of an easier run out here. But Courtney's got her work cut off for her, just making the first ball. It's not that easy, being that she's cue ball's right there in the pocket. Good thing about the Valley tables is they do have the flush pocket instead of it sticking up like it used to, so it doesn't impede your stroke too much.
Mm-hmm.
But it still makes it obviously more difficult than the cue ball was out in the middle of the table a little bit more, or off the rail a little bit more. You know what? I think I would shoot this ball on the side instead, and that if you miss it, the cue ball, you're not going to leave anything. If you miss here, you're liable to break things up for Alexis. She must feel confident here. Cue ball is probably going to go into the 3 as well. No, just missed it, and a lot of work left to do for Courtney. A good way to practice patterns, you know, I would say the biggest, there's so many different ways you know, to practice drills. I would get a good book. There's several good books out there. YouTube is such a luxury that we did not have when we started playing.
Right.
Just all you have to do is put up billiard drills, pool drills, and a whole bunch of them will come up. And you can put up pattern drills. One good thing that I would suggest is that you start with just 3 balls and kind of come with a pattern and practice that for a while. Then go to 4 balls and then 5 balls and just really learn how to stay on the correct side of the balls. That's how you make things easier on yourself. That's how you can make the cue ball travel less instead of being all over the place.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the instruction that's out there on the internet. I know our friend Florian Venom Kohler has teamed up with Pool Dog, and they've done a number of really outstanding drills and things that you can check out through Pool Dog's Facebook page. I'm assuming Florian's Facebook page or YouTube channel. So a lot of content out there. I guess back in the day, you just had to go to a pool room if you wanted to learn something, right?
You just went to a pool room, sat down, and watched the best players play and trying to figure out what the heck they were doing. Yeah, and the books back then, too. You know, Mosconi didn't want to share too much. He was about the only book. That and 99, you know, critical shots, or whatever Ray Martin's ball was called. You know, they didn't go into depth, really, of anything. It is still good books, especially Ray's book, but they didn't really go into the depth that teachers do now. But you can get better so much faster now simply because of, you know, you can skip a lot of steps by reading, by watching the videos and everything else, taking lessons than how it was for us. You know, you spent the first few years just trying to figure out, so what makes it draw back? I don't get it.
Right.
So
we're going to talk about the power of the internet. Florian Kohler, 18-year-old living in France, gets a pool table from his parents. Had never played pool before. So an 18-year-old, what do? They get online. They start looking up, you know, pool videos. And at the time, you know, you're talking early 2000s. There's not nearly as much content then as there is today. But he comes across trick shot videos from Dr. Q Tom Rossman, another friend of the APA, and some other trick shot artists. And he starts trying these various trick shots in the pool table, which is in his bedroom, starts to master some of them, sets up a camera, and the rest is viral video history, right? He goes on to have millions and millions of views, and that's all a byproduct of what he learned through the instruction available online. So kind of a cool story and a testament to what you mentioned is in terms of what's out there and what you can really learn. Of course, we do a number of instructional pieces. We've got a whole library with Corey Deuel. I know we've got some stuff with Lee Brett. Dr. Q, obviously. Look at this.
Here's a shot.
Look at this.
Here's a shot. How'd you hit it?
There you go, Alexis.
How'd you pump her up a little bit? There's still a lot of work to do here, though. I think she's just going to tap into this 2-ball. I'm not sure if it's frozen to the cushion or not. Obviously, if it was frozen, you have to drive the cue ball or that object ball to a different cushion, or it would be ball in hand, but it did not come up, so. Again, patience, patience. 8-ball is a lot of patience.
Can't get the 13 to go in the corner, so we're going to see Alexis return to the table here.
It would be perfect. There's a lot of space between the cue ball and the 2, obviously, but it would be the perfect shot would be to hang this 2 ball up so she can use it later to possibly break open that 5 down there. A lot of times players try to do that and accidentally make it. Oh, 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 perfect.
That's a nice comment by Keen. Said, listening to Dr. Q talk about pool is my favorite part about being in Vegas. Of course, Tom's been out here now for like 20 years. One of several pros you'll see here at the APA World Championships.
He's so great, too. I had him come out to our area a couple of years ago, and he will talk until somebody turns him off.
Yeah.
I mean, he spends time with in teaching and loves, and he's obviously very knowledgeable because not just a trick shot artist, but an accomplished player as well, and he just loves the game and loves people.
It's amazing how many professionals I've seen here this year. I saw, of course, Skylar Woodward has been out a couple times. Moscone Cup MVP.
Oh.
He stopped into the pool party the other night. I saw Shane Van Boning a couple days ago. Billy Thorpe was here. All members of Team USA. Corey Deuel was here. Over at the Mucci booth. Jeanette Lee obviously here. The Black Widow. Mike Massey, I've seen him running around.
And Jason the Jaw, I saw him a couple of times.
Okay.
All right. I'm making Steve happy.
I made Steve pull that out of my screen introduction there, my lower third. All right, so Alexis with the bridge here.
It was a really good shot by Courtney while we were talking here and answering questions.
Alexis pockets the 2 in the corner.
And that's what Courtney forced her to do. That was her ball to be able to break up that 5. Now she's going to have to break it up. So just a nice touch here. Make sure that she doesn't leave the 13 open, just straight on it. Oh, too firm. I know she needed to get a ball to the cushion, but Courtney is smiling. She's going, man, I can't seem to get the shot I want.
Thus far in this second match, it's been all Courtney leading 2-0, needing 2 games still to secure the match. Alexis doing everything she can to force a third and decisive match.
See, I think Keen's got a good point. You can't pick your nickname. It's a gift. It's a gift from me to you. Consider that.
That was one of our commenters came up with it, though.
Yeah, but I keep bringing it up, so
I got to run it by. I got to run it by Miss Bowman when I get home. She's very particular about what people call me and don't call me. Matt Miley, you need to get back to work, buddy.
Uh-oh. Big break here
Followed
for
the
Alexis.
cue ball in, yeah.
And the femmes fatales? Femmes?
Femmes fatales.
All right.
The score here, the overall score, favors the Apocalyptics. They lead 3-0 as a result of Silva McDermott's shutout in the first match. She got 3 points for her team. Alexis pockets the 5 in the side. She's going to throw a little chalk on the tip there and
left herself a bit
pocket.
of a angle here, though. She had a chance to.
This would be the first win for Femmes Fatales in the first winning rack in the final match. Shooting on the 8 ball. And she's got it. Femmes Fatales finally on the board. They have one big game, and now this second matchup, folks, is a 2-2 race. Alexis needs 2 games. Courtney needs 2 games. Alexis will have the break. Got a moment. Want to remind folks, if you're interested in getting involved in the APA, we've got fall session just around the corner. You can go to our website, poolplayers.com/join. You can become a member today, get you on a team, get you going in APA league play. Great way to meet some new people, have some fun, experience the thrill of competition. And of course, maybe, just maybe, you'll find yourself out here in Vegas at the APA World Championships. And if you're really good, you might find yourself one day here in Pool Dog Championship Arena competing for one of those big checks and those big trophies. And
never know.
with all these eyeballs on you.
Mm-hmm. And next up is Masters tomorrow. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah. It's always exciting just to see who's going to be in that because there's a lot of familiar faces in the Masters, right? You get a lot of the guys from the US Amateur Championship that are teaming up with players from their area, and it'll be interesting to see if we see some familiar faces in that final. Alexis with the break here.
Not a lot of action there. One ball past the sides, and the rest of them are right there. So this is going to be a little bit of a messy rack, needless to say.
Courtney pockets the 10 in the corner. In the opposite corner.
You know, while they're she's trying to pick her way through this rack, I'm going to answer the main reason why, besides that they are a fantastic sponsor of this event and a friend of the APA and have been for a long time, majority, I know a lot of places have diamond tables now, but the vast majority of players play on the Valley tables.
Oh, you're talking about the tables we use. Yeah, the Valley Dynamo tables. 90-something% of the market is Valley Dynamo tables.
Some use diamond 7 foot. Some play on Brunswicks or on diamond 9 foot. Some on 8 foot in some areas. More of a home style table, but the vast majority, it's not even close, play on Valley. So that is part of it. And we talked about that yesterday as far as the size of the table. 9 foot table here, only half the players and half the teams would be able to be here because it takes a lot more room. And again, percentage-wise, a very small percentage play on 9 foot tables.
Yeah, that, and we are unaware of anyone that's got 309 foot tables that would
just
be willing to drop them off for 10-day tournament.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, they would take up significantly more space.
Good shot, trying
to
make something
happen. Some authority
happen.
on that shot.
And I think no, she didn't get a shot there. She got a shot on the 15 at least. Tough way to go with the remaining stripes, though, for her.
Harriet Haynes Likes the skill level, thinks it could work in the UK. Harriet, if you're interested in bringing APA to the UK, you can reach out to us through our website, poolplayers.com/league operator. Love to talk to you about that. Of course, we've got leagues in Japan and all over Canada. Currently working with a gentleman on developing potentially India. We were in China for a time, so definitely interested in expanding APA globally.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's going to kick at this 9-ball here. Good hit. Really good hit. And you got to give it to this team. I mean, both Courtney and Silva really laid back. I mean, obviously Courtney comes in with Silva having won 3-0, so she had a little bit of a cushion. She knows she is, on paper anyway, one skill level better than Alexis, but really just settling in and taking the pressure really, really well here. I wish some of the guys that played yesterday would have watched these guys first in the 8-ball, because there was a lot of nerves flying around. And I think if you put too much pressure on yourself, as opposed to saying, I'm going to get up there, I'm going to have fun like I normally do, I'm going to enjoy it, and if I win, I win. But when you start putting that pressure on yourself, that is much more than other people putting pressure on you. Heavy, heavy burden to be carrying around when you're trying to play pool.
Again, this is Courtney Glasgow, member of the Apocalyptics. They are out of Chicago, Illinois. They are a group of ladies that plays in the APA League up there against each other. They got together and put together a ladies team and qualified for the tournament. They play out of Carrie's Lounge, the Black Sheep, and Ten Cat. Those are 3 of the different locations they play out of in Chicago. I'm sure some folks tuning in those facilities. That's one of my favorite things since we've started doing the streaming, is a lot of times now the home location or bar, pool room, wherever they play, a lot of times they're putting the stream up on the TV, folks really getting into it, viewing parties, if you will, watch parties. Very, very cool stuff.
It is amazing how the streaming has changed the whole.
Well, it just allows you to be part of it if you're,
landscape,
even if
yeah.
you're not out here. You know,
Yeah.
it's a big deal, especially, you know, a lot of these folks, their family members and friends want to tune in and see how they're doing, and especially when they make it as far as they have.
Just undercut it just a hair. Didn't leave much, though. She still has the advantage here as far as the layout of the table over Courtney.
Oh, they're all watching at Carrie's Lounge. Well, hello to everybody at Carrie's Lounge. Have one for us. Pace in this 4th game has slowed a bit, due in large part to the layout after the break. Talked about that quite a bit last night. And what a match that was last night, Ava.
Oh, my gosh.
8-ball World Championship comes down to 2 2s competing in the 5th and final match.
That was crazy.
It was pretty spectacular,
That was, I mean, it was one of my favorite finals of you know, I think ever. There's been a few of them. You know what, though? I love the Jack and Jill, too, where we had a player with a broken leg.
Yeah.
That they played.
Kim Horowitz.
Yeah, Kim played the entire tournament. And they were discussing not even coming out.
Right.
I mean, I don't think with a broken leg, and she had just broken it about, what, 2 weeks before the tournament?
A couple weeks, yeah.
She said her entire body, except for her leg, was hurting because she was trying to stand up, and I can imagine that the opposite leg was killing her, trying to keep her balance and everything. So she did good.
Again, the Ladies 8-Ball Championship is the third of 6 finals that we'll be bringing you here from Pool Dog Arena. Tomorrow, Masters, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Make sure to note that Pacific time, especially if you're on the Central or East Coast time zone, and adjust accordingly. The easiest way around that, though, is by liking our Facebook page, subscribing to our YouTube channel so you just get the notifications when we go live. You don't have to remember all these times. Quite a few folks that were tuning in last night to that match, watching those twos. You know, we've always kind of talked about, watching a couple twos play is not always the most exciting, but given the circumstances and what was on the line and the pressure, I mean, it was pretty phenomenal. We had a packed house, standing room only, here in the arena, over 3,000 viewers online,
and I totally disagree with that, because especially if, if you follow billiards and all that, some of my friends when I first took over the league said, "Oh my God, how can you stand watching somebody that, is a real beginner?" And I said, "You don't get it." I said, "I've been watching great pool my whole life. And if a good player gets up to the table, or even our nines get to the table, it's, they break and they're supposed to be out. So the only way they have to go is either ho-hum, I got out, or be upset that they didn't. But more often they're going to get out. 2 skill level 2s like yesterday, you had no idea what they're going to do. Ball in hand on the 8, missed it. Left for the other. I mean, the excitement of it, especially if you're rooting for somebody, but even if you're not, just watching those guys play and the joy they find when they do make a ball or get position on a shot or win a game is just pure joy, and I love every second of it.
Hello to all you folks at Keeper's Pub back in Chicago tuning in. Appreciate you folks watching. Appreciate all you viewers that have tuned in tonight, taking this Ladies 8-Ball Championship. Nice combination there. 3-2 into the corner.
Did she get on the 6? No, 6 does not pass. Going to be faced with a tricky shot here, either on the 6 in the side or the 1 ball.
Again, Alexis must win this match to force a third match.
Is she looking at the combination? No, she's got to be going on the side. If you hit this with low, you got to overcut it a little bit, or it's going to come up, too thick.
Just not enough. Watch out.
Oh, wow. And the table runs fast. The table is going to run fast. I tell you, that angle, more people will scratch on that angle than anything else. When the object ball is in the middle of the table and you're cutting it into the side, you see that scratch more than anything, I think.
Kim, yeah, you can find any of the finals that we have live streamed on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/APA Leagues. You can see the World 8-Ball Championship that was played last night. You can see the Jack and Jill Doubles Championship that was played on Sunday. You can actually go back and watch, some of our finals from the Pool Player Championships in April. You can go back and watch last year's World Championship finals. We have a library there of streamed matches that you can see.
Just twisted her stroke there a little bit. One more chance for Alexis.
This is interesting. Angie Leatherwood said she remembers watching Ava in her tuxedo as a kid, and is the reason she started playing.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Did you used to wear a tuxedo when you played?
Yes, we did, and it was...
Whose idea was that?
It was Laura, oh my gosh, I can't remember, but Rubalcava.
Ladies in tuxedos,
do you remember, were you around Laura Rubalcava? They made pockets for pool tables.
No.
She made us all, myself, Laura, John, Robin, the top players of the day, I think Mary Keniston, a whole bunch of players. She made our like satin tuxedos.
Wow.
And when I first came over to the United States, I was 17 years old and had the Swedish contingent. We all had the same kind of outfits. We had these jackets. I had a skirt. They had longer skirt. They had pants. And we got there, and we were told that we either had to choose tuxedos or evening gown.
Ah.
And I said, I'm not playing in no evening gown. So we went and had to go in Manhattan and find a place to rent tuxedos with frilly shirts and big bow ties. It was great.
I would love to get a hold of a photo of that if any
I
of you
have
folks
it.
out there have one
I
of those.
have it.
I doubt you're going to provide it to me.
Probably
but
not.
If any of you folks have a photo of Ava in a tuxedo, we would surely love for you to send that to us. You can email jbowman@poolplayers.com, and I will make sure that that photo is circulated appropriately.
The good old days. 80s were awesome. All right, while we're talking here, they have solved this. Oh, there you go. And Alexis is going to make a game of this. I like it.
Alexis with a chance to go on the hill. Grab that pocket marker.
Well done. Smart play.
Lauren, we apologize. Sometimes we get a little off track. There you go, Alexis.
Well done. 2-1.
Pockets the 8-ball in the corner. Alexis now on the hill, needs just one more game to force a third and final matchup. You're giving me the stink eye.
I believe
That's
that
her
was
second
her
win.
first.
No, that's her second win.
Was that her second win?
Yeah. We just have not updated the scoreboard yet, but we will momentarily. We're 2-2. Alexis staying loose. Courtney getting a pep talk from Darlene Dantes, her team captain, over in her corner. Of course, we mentioned we had some folks. I know I saw a comment from somebody in Mexico, somebody in the UK about APA leagues. If you or someone you know is interested, you can go to our website, poolplayers.com/league operator. Get some more information there. There's a form you can fill out with your name and email address and contact info, and we'll reach out to you to kind of have some preliminary talks about what it entails. I know a lot of times folks are a little surprised at everything it takes to be a league operator, as Ava found out when she became one 10 years ago. I think a lot of players assume, well, you know, you put together score sheets and you drop off envelopes and you pick up envelopes. And it's a little more in-depth than that. I know I was talking to Florian Kohler yesterday. He just became the league operator here in Las Vegas, and he has been quite surprised at the work that goes into that. So kudos to our league operators around the country and the work that they do. Good break there for Alexis. Man, she has really turned the tide in this match.
Yep,
Down
she
2-0
sure
with
has.
her team down 3 points. She has battled back.
She has the stripes here, and she's going to definitely have a couple of good shots here. She can run off of quite a few of the balls, and she has a chance to run out here. There's no major issue that I see. You can see here she's in great shape. 15. She can make the 15 here, then the 14. She's got the 10 there, 9. She is in good shape and could run this rack. Skill level 4 or not, it's lying very sweet right now. Oh, no. Oh, that's not
too soft.
Yeah, no, that was kind of a miss hit. That's going to be obviously a foul. Nothing was driven to a rail or pocketed. That was just kind of a oops. She's laughing over there. I like that. She was, what the heck was that, she says.
A lot of our commenters showing love to their league operators. Ryan McAleer. Of course, I've seen Ryan out here. Maggie Moore, league operator in Illinois. Takes a lot of folks to run this tournament, so we've got dozens of league operators are out here supporting our staff, working with us to put on the world's largest pool tournament. That's not just a catchphrase we adopted. That is actually certified by the folks at Guinness Records. Something we're quite proud of. 4-2 combination there for Courtney. Joe Bond from Nebraska, definitely out here. Joe, one of our floor managers, oversees a team of referees. Should make sure we mention our referees as well, all the work they put in, APA members. No different than those playing here in the finals or those tuning in at home. Most of them are higher skilled players, very knowledgeable on the rules. Courtney follows up the 2 by pocketing the 2 in the side.
She was trying to slow that down a little bit more, playing the 1 ball on the side. Now she's got a lot of angle here. Really make a plan for the path of the cue ball, so you don't get stuck. You could end up getting down and get in trouble down here with these balls. So a lot of different ways of going here. You can play with reverse. You can just hit it center, but you got to make sure that you know where that cue ball is going to go. And she is not stuck, but not in a good spot here.
See the championship trophies there, the big check. Of course, we've mentioned it before. The big check is basically a big prop, right? It's cool to look at, cool for pictures, but at the end of the day, the team that wins $10,000 gets it in cash, as do the runners-up that take home $5,000. Courtney shooting on the 6 ball here.
Good shot. Back on the 3, though. And if it didn't go before, it's still not going to go. That's the only problem with it. So she could shoot the 7 here, but I'm not crazy about that because it's going to be tough to get down for your next shot anyway. So why mess with the ball that's open right there? And we just tapped the left side of the 3 softly, softly, and you should be able to block every single shot on the table by doing that. I know it's going to tie the 3 up even more, but you're not going to leave an open shot here for Alexis.
The young lady in the black and white skirt is Courtney Glasgow of the Apocalyptics, currently at the table.
And she's cueing it like it can go. I guess she can get by that 10. No.
Going to bring Alexis Zaletto back to the table of the Femmes Fatales.
This is very cool what's happening here, by the way.
All the love for the league operators.
I love that. I saw a couple of my players,
keep up, yeah.
Rose and Les, and a few of the other players saying something. But I love seeing Glenda's comment about Preston and Lisa and Bruce and Ann Bartlett and all these guys that have spent so many years, especially somebody like Bruce and Ann, who have been doing this, what is it, 25, 27 years? But all these league operators,
of course,
I'm
Bruce
sure they appreciate the love they're getting there. That's cool.
Bruce was actually presented the Lifetime Achievement Award for a league operator in April by APA President Terry Bell. So that's a big award there. That's one that is, you know, we present League Operator of the Year awards, but that is one that
good people.
That's a big one, yep. Bruce and Ann up there in Connecticut.
Bruce told me that when he was a player in the APA, it was very new back then, and he said, somebody said, you want to try out being a league operator. Long story short, he borrowed a couple of $100 to get a plane ticket to go to St. Louis, and he ended up saying, okay, I guess I'll do it. And
now the second largest APA league in the country up there. Close to 1,000 teams, if I'm not mistaken.
You bet. All right, so we're still caught here with that 14, 3, and 5. It's going to be interesting to the one shot that she has open is the 7. And if she can get across here to the other side of the table and shoot the 3, no
Not
good.
quite, no.
The combination is not available either, so no real good offensive or defensive shot here, especially with all these balls spread out the table for Alexis. Cannot cut the 3 even if it goes, because you're going to scratch in the side. Looks like she's just going to tap the left side of this 5 ball here. Well, she opened everything up. No real good shot for Alexis, though. I think I would go defensively here potentially, because I don't know. It's risky. Get the overhead shot here. You're going to see she's going to shoot this 11 ball. The problem is she misses this. This could be a sellout. She makes it, on the other hand, I guess. It's got to go in. Good shot. I like her confidence.
I was just told to check my email if I want to see a gorgeous picture of Ava. Is
Oh,
that a tuxedo
no.
picture?
Oh, no.
Let's see. Well, I don't see any emails, but I will keep my eye open for it.
Darn.
Again, Alexis here is on the hill, needs this one final game. Pick up a big 2 points for her team. Brings Courtney back to the table.
I didn't think she could see to make it. I don't think she can. She's going to have to kick at it, I believe. And have the referee come and take a look at this. Obviously, if the 10 moves first, it's a foul, but whenever it's this close, you want to make sure somebody's really watching it so there's no disputes. I have seen arguments over hits that were so obvious before, but nobody was there to call it. And we have the luxury having the referee there that is involved in every shot, keeping an eye out. Normally, when we play locally and when you play out here all through the week, you have to call a referee over if it's close. We obviously don't have enough volunteers to be at every table.
Ooh.
Nice shot. Nice try there. But we do have the luxury here, so why not use having the referee involved and keeping an eye on everything here.
Todd, you can email me at the letter J, last name Bowman, B-O-W-M-A-N, at poolplayers.com. Poolplayers, one word.
You guys know why this is happening. It's because of the whole, Jason
in a
the jaw
tuxedo.
thing. Yeah, okay, great.
Goes around, comes around,
Yeah,
striking Viking.
Whatever. You don't want to go there with me, trust me. Be careful.
I just want to see it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't say I want to.
Yeah, you wouldn't share or anything.
No, I would never do anything like that.
Not the kind of guy you are. All right. Nice. If she can get a solid hit here, and it's got to slow down. That's a good shot by
Nice.
Alexis. Nice cue ball control, perfect speed control. And advantage Alexis. I think I would kick at the 3 ball here instead, because the 3 ball has a chance to go. More good things can happen kicking the 3, I believe. She feels real confident that she can hit one rail and just past the side pocket in your mind.
This has been quite a battle here, this second match. It's...
Yeah, it's been a really good match. Silva had complete control of the first one, winning that 4 games to nothing, picking up 3 points. But this has been, it looked like Courtney was going to walk away with it. Oh, nice try.
Really pulled off an amazing shot there, but she will give ball in hand to Alexis.
And Silva, I mean, Courtney taking the first 2 looked like it was going to be a fast match here.
Yeah, it looked like it may be over.
In 2 matches, but
Alexis wasn't going down without a fight.
nope.
Not when you're from New York.
New York.
Is that how you do it?
New York.
New York.
I'm married to a New Yorker. Although he doesn't
Is
really
Mitch a New
sound-
Yorker?
He is.
Really?
But when he was acting, he had to get rid of the accent. So he's
Do you
got a
ever-
little bit. His brother has a lot more accent than he does.
Do you see his brother a lot?
Yeah, we do see each other. Not as much anymore, but yeah.
I see him in 90210 reruns all the time.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Occasionally, that's like on TV in like the middle of the day on like
Right.
some old, I don't even know what kind of channel, but I'll run into it. And of course, they're twins, so it's like I'm seeing Mitch, but it's his brother.
Yep. They both were actors, so it's you never know which one is from which, but that was Matthew. Back here, nice little cut shot here. Either hit it firm and go down one rail and back up again, or just tap it in. Oh, you got to make it though. Oh boy. All right, let's see if Courtney can make this 5-ball, avoid the scratch, and still get a shot at this 3. That's kind of a little tricky shot, the angle she has. You want to just go ahead and tap this, but this table is fast, that new cloth. You're not going to be able to just tap it in and hold the cue ball, I don't believe, without it scratching. And it's an automatic scratch if you're following it.
Oh, I got Todd's picture. It's actually pretty good.
Oh,
Look at you.
That one's been around for a while. Yeah.
Wow, look at the striking Viking.
Do you know that was when I signed with
Was that like a
Brunswick
jumpsuit or something you
in
got on there?
1988? It's a leather.
You
It
look
was
cool.
leather.
Yeah, you look pretty cool there.
I am cool. So just stop it.
For those that don't know, Ava was once New York. Was it New York Times you were on the cover of?
Yeah. New York Times Magazine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was kind of in a funky situation there. It's not an easy shot to get position for. You can put a little bit of draw on it and come back with reverse, or you can spin around like she tried to do. But again, we're seeing Alexis come to the table, and she is on the hill, so she's 3 balls away from getting her team into the 3rd match.
She's about to take a timeout here.
Good move.
Caroline Casagrande. We've seen her handle all the coaching here.
Question if I think players that play on the 9-foot table for league have an upper hand in Vegas. I do not. I mean, we had, for a while there, we had a lot of teams up in Wilmington playing on 9-foot tables before the billiard room removed those tables and put in 7-foot tables. And it was still not an advantage. It's the same thing. We have a lot of areas that play on diamond tables. People think they're going to have a big advantage, but especially since a lot of our championships are on diamonds, but the majority of our teams are still end up going to Vegas or play on valley tables. So we do have a adjustment in the system for that when we input all the scores. So that's why it's important for us to know if you're playing on a 9-foot or a 7-foot table or a diamond or valley, but we can adjust for that. So it shouldn't have much to do with it. I know it doesn't in our area. The only thing to add to that, while she is lining this up to try to get up for the 9-ball here. And look out. Uh-oh, put on the brakes. The only thing I want to add to that is when you play on 9-foot tables, a lot of times that's in a pool room, and you're around good players, and you get more you're more of a kind of a serious player. You enjoy playing on the big tables. You're learning from others. So the attitude might be a little bit different than somebody that goes out on a Tuesday night and just plays once a week. A lot of people play on the 9-foot tables. They play a lot. So that was such a long version. I'm going to see here if Alexis can put this 9-ball away.
So another opportunity here for Courtney Glasgow. Courtney, a member of the Apocalyptics. They are currently leading 3 points to 0. That will change if Alexis can win this rack here. That would give her team 2 points. If Courtney wins this game and the next, her team will be the ladies 8-ball champion. So
she doesn't have a lot here to be looking at. I mean, the fact that the 9-ball is so close to the corner pocket, she's got a lot of work to do. I wouldn't mind seeing her hitting the left side of the 3 and just coming back with the cue ball right around in here. It looks like she might be firing at it and say, you know what, I got nothing to, I don't like my defensive opportunities. Is she trying to get behind it? Oh, baby, how did she hit it? Nice shot, Courtney.
Good defense there by
What do I
Courtney
know?
Glasgow.
Good girl. That was really pretty. Both of these players are really playing some good pool, some
Solid,
smart
yep.
pool. Well played.
Somebody mentioned Dana Patton. Dana's actually here in the room. She is the floor manager here in Pool Dog Championship Arena, which is a very high-pressure job. So kudos to her. Runs our APA league in the Metro East area of Illinois.
Overall, good guy.
Yeah. Well, Dana's a girl.
No,
Bruce is a guy.
I saw Bruce on.
Oh.
I saw Bruce on here.
Bruce
well,
Patton,
Dana
yeah.
too, of course.
Bruce, or Dana and
Even
her husband
better.
Bruce, yep. So many good league operators out there. Takes a village to do what we do.
All right, 2-rail kick here. 1, 2. It's too long.
Oh, just missed.
I mean, too
just
short.
missed.
Yeah, that was too bad. All right.
Could hear the collective groan in the room.
That
Ball in
was
hand to Courtney.
too bad, but on the other side, this could set up for a hill-hill match between Courtney and Alexis if Courtney can get out here. It's a little bit tricky, needless to say, because of where the 8 is. It only goes in the right-hand corner pocket.
Question about the table being leveled. Yes, the table is leveled before every championship final, just as it was last night before the final. I know where that question's coming from, and
That was the freakiest thing.
of course we saw it. I mean, we saw what the viewers saw. I can tell you a team of folks went back and looked at the table immediately after that match, could not find any issue with the leveling.
And looked at it again today. We don't know if
Absolutely.
there was if there must have been a clump of something on the 8-ball and it hit just right, kind of like those crazy 8-balls, or if it hit dirt. But I mean,
Yep.
and I know that Terry Bell, former professional player and the head of APA, he even went out there. The technicians were great.
Right before this match, literally
I
right
mean,
before this match, but they did it. They did
I
it
looked
yesterday.
at it.
They
We
did
don't get it. We don't
Yeah.
get it.
They actually tried to replicate the shot, could not do it. Of course, we played for 4 hours prior to that, didn't notice anything. So, again, they don't believe it to be an issue with the leveling, as you mentioned. Could have been a smudge on the ball, some
I
spin
don't
that
get
she had
it.
put on it. You know, but those things happen. I think what's important to remember about that, though, Ava, is both teams play on the same table. So if there's something, right?
Well,
it's kind of like in
course.
football. If
Of
you're playing
course.
on a wet, muddy field, you both play on the same field. It's
Yeah, I mean,
that's the way
the
it
only thing
goes.
that was devastating about that, besides it being a mystery, because we still couldn't figure out what was going on, is the fact that it came down towards the end.
right.
That's what sucked about it, to
Right.
be honest. But
But we do take it very seriously. I want to make sure that we understand. I mean, folks,
I mean, we had overhead shots the entire time yesterday, and
Yep.
not one ball rolled off that anybody that I noticed or anybody else pointed out. But then all of a sudden, so either there was something on the 8-ball that made it turn into a magic 8-ball at the
yeah.
end.
Well, you can see the guys here looking at it. This is prior to the match today.
And they had a
this
whole
was after
team
it was
yesterday.
looked at last night. But you can see just making sure there was no issue. Terry Bell in the blue shirt. You got High Country Promotions, Bill Tufts, the tournament productions manager. So again, we saw what the folks saw.
Yeah,
No
they were-
conspiracies here. We
Still,
do
though,
what we can to make sure table conditions are at their best. But there are a number of things that can affect the roll of the ball, and that's the reality. And Again, both teams.
My theory is still that it was something on it that threw off the weight, and you didn't notice it until it kind of started really slowing down. And I wish we would have looked at the 8 ball at the end to see if there was something on it, because that's the only thing. It didn't turn sharply like it hit something.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of rolled off, but it's not rolling off there. We have tried several times, so who knows?
But today is a new day, and Courtney Glasgow.
Courtney has a shot here on the 3, but
aim
the
on
cue
that
ball
3.
is going the wrong direction, needless to say, from where she needs it to go to have a shot at this 8 ball. So unless she slams it and comes across, she's going to have her work cut out for her on the 8. She could try to slam it across and come back over here. We'll see what she's going to do.
Pocket set 3.
She's going to try to go behind the 8. I don't think that's possible here. We'll see. She could play a 2 rail if you want to go offensive, but I doubt she's going to do that. Ugh.
Grabs her pocket marker. She is indeed going to try to find a way.
She's looking if she can get around it. Is she going to just kind of lag it and try to block the pocket if it doesn't go? That would probably be the best safety on the table right there. Too firm, but no, she has left a shot. Thin cut on the 9, but it's makeable.
Grab that pocket marker back off the table.
This is where if you add a little bit of right spin on this, it makes it easier to help spin the 9 ball in. That's what the preference is, but you got to be careful so you don't go scratch in the corner pocket 1 rail. Oh, that is not. She jumped up. You couldn't see it, but she jumped up as she was shooting. She was almost standing up by the time she struck the ball there, so.
Opportunity here for Courtney to go on the hill.
Yep. Hill.
Very
makeable
shot on the 8.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
It's one of those situations where it looks easier. It's always easier said than done, right? Especially with the pressure and the...
Alexis just gave the look like you couldn't have left me a shot. Oh, my. Wow.
Referee looking to see if those balls are frozen. Not frozen is the call there.
She's laughing, smiling. I love it. What are you gonna do here? I guess going down and hoping that you can get the cue ball right to the side rail here. Not leave a shot on the 8. That's got to slow down or she's going to leave her out. Well, it's a makeable shot on the 8, needless to say. She wanted to hug the rail and kind of leave a backwards cut or no shot at all. But
Courtney with another chance here to move to the hill. Put herself and her team 1 game away from taking home this championship. Once again, unable to pocket the 8-ball.
Nerves are coming in right now.
Round and round we go. Alexis back to the table. Again, shooting on the 9.
That's a good shot right there.
She's got it. Watch out for that. There we go. Watch out for that far pocket. So,
Tester
yep.
coming up. Tester warning.
She's going to have to earn this one.
Mm-hmm.
Femmes Fatale looking on, hoping that this 8-ball drops in the corner pocket. Sends this to a third and final matchup where I'm assuming Caroline Casagrande awaits Crystal Banks. That would be a 5-3 matchup.
If anything, make sure you overcut this. Do not undercut the shell. Angle she has. Watch out for the scratch. Oh my goodness, did she hit it? Wow.
What a comeback there.
Wow.
From Alexis Zaleto. Hugs her opponent. What a match that was.
Great
so,
match.
Ava, we will see a third and final match, and I believe the only matchup we can see. Caroline Casagrande, skill level 5. Crystal Banks, skill level 3. We'll get confirmation on that. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back
Sarah too, by the way.
Just a moment.
Not to interrupt you, we got Sarah as well as a skill level 3, isn't she?
Well, they're going to play their 5 is my bet here. They've got a 5 to play.
Oh, they do, don't
That's
they?
right.
To be able
we're
to
gonna
reach
see a
the numbers.
5-3 race.
That's
so,
right.
folks, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Tired of the same old when you're buying billiard supplies? Come shop with the big dogs at PullDog.com. You want pool cues? We've got over 700. Balls, cases, accessories, no problem. Want help with your game? How does hundreds of free training articles sound? Want to shop offline? We'll mail you a free catalog. Hit us up online, PullDog.com, or call 866-843-3294.
Started off with 505 kids, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, all across the United States. We got kids from California, Florida, Texas, New York, Connecticut, really all over the entire country. We got 2 Canadian provinces represented, so it's been an outstanding event. We are down to the final round.
It's exciting. The players are getting better every year, but really the overwhelming thing that everyone's gotten to experience is the sportsmanship. I think it's such a positive environment. These kids are super, super polite, and they are thankful to be here as we are, and love to see these kids play. They love it.
Yeah.
Las Vegas. For most, the ultimate party destination. A place to run wild and leave the routine behind. But for a pool player, it's so much more. Their ultimate goal, their grandest stage, their biggest moment. It's time to take your Vegas fate into your own hands. 1. Compete and win a local qualifier board to advance to a regional event. 2. Once there, be a top finisher in your own skill level tier. 3. Win a trip to Las Vegas to compete in the APA Pool Player Championships. 4. Own your biggest moment on pool's grandest stage. Take your Vegas fate into your own hands today. Realize your Vegas destiny tomorrow.
We are back in action here at Pool Dog Championship Arena in Las Vegas. The finals of the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. The ladies appeared to jump the gun on us a little bit, Ava. They did go ahead and break. But as predicted, we've got Crystal Banks, skill level 3 here for the Apocalyptics from Chicago. And we have Caroline Casagrande, skill level 5 for Femmes Fatales of New York. So we've got a 4-2 race. This is Crystal at the table currently.
Caroline being the co-captain, and she's been doing all the timeouts and coaching for Femmes Fatales.
Yep, we predicted that based on the
you did.
The skill levels on the roster and
yeah.
the players that were left. Of course, you've got to keep it under 13. So somebody asking about payout $650,000. I'm not sure that the payout for this event is just shy of 1.3 million, not 650,000. We pay out nationally over 2 million a year between our pool player championships and our world championships here. That does not include the 20+ million that goes back to players through travel assistance and prizes and cash and all the things that are done on the local league level.
Right.
I think there's a lot of misconception out there when we say, oh, $2 million. That's the $2 million that comes out at the 2 Vegas tournaments. That does not include everything that comes back on the local level, which is in excess of $20 million. So to correct you haters out there that like to say not enough comes back to the players, I would say find me somebody that pays out somewhere close.
Well,
please.
You know what? And I have the pros to contend with where they say this is unfair. Look at the payouts in the pro. We can't get, you know, that kind of money in payouts for professional players in a lot of tournaments. And it costs you $2,000 to $3,000 to go play in tournament between entry fees and expenses, especially when it's overseas. So
that's it. So the other thing that I hear a lot is the payout never goes up when in fact it does go up here each year. It just does not go up for first place. We feel very firmly that as an amateur tournament, we're pretty comfortable with it being in the range that it is.
And that encourages.
If you were to increase it, it may encourage some elements that we don't necessarily want here. So. Rest assured,
spread the joy, spread the joy.
There is plenty coming back to the players. I'm not exactly sure. The 650, you may have been talking about the pool player championships in April. That seems like a more appropriate number for that particular event. But back to the action here in Pool Dog Arena.
Oh, that's going to go in. She managed to put the brakes on Caroline's chances, though, of running the table with a 2-8. 4 and I believe the 14 ball are all tied together.
That's another thing I love about the stream is it does allow us to kind of address some misconceptions I think that are out there, and
Somebody asked if it's a tie. Anytime it's a tie, the win goes to
Match wins.
Yeah, so you have 3 individual matches in this particular format, and whoever has won 2 out of the 3 will win.
Yeah, and I got to say, Femmes Fatale's got to be right where they want this now. I mean, they had thrown 2 4s, even down 3-0. They threw a 4 against a 5. I think the strategy for the Apocalyptics was, you know, we're going to try to win this in the second match, which I totally understand that logic as well. But things now would seem at least to favor Femmes Fatales, at least in terms of strategy. Of course, they have to execute and get it done on the table.
Yeah, and
the beauty of it is we've got the skill level differential, so 2 games. Yeah,
it's a 4-2 race. I mean, 2 games. It's still a handicap situation, so we'll see. Caroline just going to tap this down and says, you know what, you deal with the 2, 4 and 14 down there. Be my guest. Caroline that doesn't have a very good shot to break those open with anyway, and normally a skill level 3, unless it's lying just right, is not going to be focused on slamming a ball and breaking balls open and doing all that and controlling the breakup. So no, Darlene did not play. Darlene is sitting back this time. She played 2 years ago when Apocalyptic won the championship. She's the only player that came back from that team. And she is the captain, the boss woman over there, making the final decisions for their teams, but she did not play this time around.
Courtney unable to pocket that 3 up in the top corner. Bring Caroline back to the table.
I would think the shot here is just if she can tap the right side of the 14 without committing a foul, to just bring it out a little bit to where it's hanging in front of the pocket, then she's going to have a great opportunity to break up that cluster later and break that 8-ball out of there. Just make sure she does not touch the 4-ball is ever so slightly, it looks like, no, it's but below it. She has no problem. Just a light touch here.
Let's see Courtney again. Courtney again is a skill level 3, so she needs just 2 games here, 2 wins.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So she pockets the 3 in the side, but also scratches. Gives ball in hand to Caroline.
And if we can get an overhead view of this, I'm going to see what danger it is of the early 8. There's not. Unless you hit the very top part right here on the 2-ball. That could create a problem, and you could actually accidentally make an early 8 here. Oh, she didn't hit hard enough anyway to get the 8 out of there, so.
So she's content to leave that cue ball down at the far end of the table. Gonna make Crystal work for it. I might have said Courtney instead of Crystal. I apologize. They're both right next to each other on the score sheet. We just saw Courtney play, so I'm used to saying that. But this is Crystal Banks. That's a pool name if I ever heard one. Crystal Banks.
Crystal Banks.
She's got the Crystal Banks going.
Yeah. She's one of
Like
she
that. She
decided
doesn't
to
even
be
need a nickname.
superstar. Forget about
Think she
nickname.
changed
forget
her
about
name just for the
changing-
pool
no, no.
thing?
Yeah.
Crystal Banks.
That's a good name. All right. Miss Banks has some issues coming up here with this.
Miss Banks.
That looks like that 4-ball is frozen to the rail, so she rolls this up for some reason. Hitting the 4, the cue ball's got to go somewhere, or she hit the 8. Okay. She's staying right with her. Crystal's skill level 3, Caroline's skill level 5, and looks like it's going to come all the way down to the wire with this rack right here. First rack in the 3rd match.
I think every match that we've streamed has gone basically the distance now.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd that's gone to the. I don't know that it'll go hill, but we'll see. But I think that Jack and Jill went. Didn't that go hill? Yeah.
Yeah, everything. It's
last night went hill.
Yeah, it sure did.
We're getting our money's worth.
Just overcut it just a tiny bit. Not a lot of angle to work with here on the 2-ball. She tried to create a little bit of an angle, but a little too much. So no major harm done. Still a lot of work for Caroline, on the other hand, being that the 8-ball is down there with a 4. Again, trying to get cute here and get perfectly on this 8-ball. You may be better off just trying to plan your bank shot, if anything. Or come all the way down to the other side of the table. Let's see the overhead. And if she plays the cue ball to try to come down in this area here and just shoot straight down, come back down, she can just go ahead and roll the cue ball up on the 8. But I think in this particular situation, I might want to go for it here. Leave the cue ball somewhere here and try to bank it back this way.
If you're joining us late, you're seeing coverage of the APA Ladies 8-Ball Championship, all part of the APA World Championships, which have been going on for the past week now here in Las Vegas. Got started last Thursday, and we will continue on through through this Saturday, which will be our 9-ball open. And we mentioned we've got tomorrow the finals of the Masters Championship. That's 1 p.m. Pacific time. We've got the Team Captain Championship on Friday. I believe that's 4 p.m. Pacific. And the 9-ball World Championship will be Saturday, 2 p.m. Pacific. So still a long way to go. I know we've been here a long time, but we still got a long way to go.
Just past halfway. I
Yeah,
believe.
but the viewers, I know they can't get enough of it. So we've got plenty more to come. So make sure you like our Facebook page, you subscribe to our YouTube channel, and so you can tune in tomorrow when that Masters Championship kicks off, because it is guaranteed to be a good one. Caroline now prepared to shoot on that 10-ball. Had a brief timeout there. She goes ahead and pockets the 10.
That killed the bank shot. You're not going to be able to bank this one in. It's going to double kiss. If the 8-ball was off the rail a little bit more, you might be able to get away with it, but I think she's going to be able to bank this straight back. And there was the double kiss there. And she has left a chance here for Crystal. She hits this with center ball. She's got a natural angle for the cue ball to come up for the 2. Well, she just floated it up. All right. Easy safety here, though. Just tap that cue ball into the 2. And again, even a skill level 3, if you educate players. Oh, they're going to take a timeout. Just in case she forgot the fact that she's got the perfect position here to play a defensive shot.
So we'll see Silva McDermott, who we saw in the first match, coming out to give her teammate a coach. Advise her on how to hit this shot. We've got a moment. Do want to make sure we thank our sponsors. Action Cues, Aramith Balls, of course our friend at Valley Dynamo, supplying the tables, and Pool Dog, pooldog.com, our presenting sponsors of our stream, helping us to bring you all 6 of these championships free of charge for our viewers to enjoy.
Okay, you want to take tiny, 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 tiny little backstrokes there. I see that as a mistake. I see a lot. People trying to shoot a really soft stroke. You want to move your bridge hand up closer to the cue ball. You want to move your shooting hand closer up on the cue, and super, super small, no different than if you're throwing a ball. You're not going to pull it all the way back if you're just, you know, your receiver is right in front of you. If you're doing a putting stroke, you're not going to go all the way back to the pendulum and then decelerate. The decelerating never works. So just a small, tiny backstroke to mirror what you're trying to do. So just hit that way too firm to get the snooker. But still not an easy shot here. I would think she's going to go ahead and bank this. And she's marked the pocket straight on bank. She hit it even hard enough. Now overcut it. And table just turned, literally.
Golden opportunity now for Crystal.
Yep. This could get her on the hill right here, just needing 1. She needs 2 balls.
Amy Gandy, we're sorry to hear about the flight delay, but we're glad you're able to tune in and enjoy the final in the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. Crystal cannot pocket that 2, and Caroline will mark up that 8-ball in the pocket there, and likely here is going to take a 1-0 lead in what is a race to 4 for her. Pockets that 8 without a problem. She is on the board first. Again, though, it's still a 2-3 race now because of the skill level differential. It's a big start for Femmes Fatales. Of course, we talked about the fact they started off down 3-0 after the first match. We're down 2 games to nothing in the second, and things have really turned around since then.
You bet. You know, that's the game, though. Looks like one team may be walking away with it, and all of a sudden it changes, go the other way around. Hi, Mom. There you go. I love it.
Do you have a sign?
I like her attitude a lot. That was fun. And I talked to both teams. They were both very excited and seemed very relaxed before this, more relaxed than I've seen any other team. They weren't taking it like life and death.
Right.
I think both of them were just excited about being here, and they've had fun all the way through the tournament. Might as well keep that going. It worked so far.
Referee preparing the rack. Caroline will have the break.
Nothing.
Dry break for Caroline.
Well, it's a decent table. There's some traffic down there. But it's not the kind of table where I don't expect Crystal running out here. It's a skill level 3. It can happen, but usually the table needs to be a little friendlier than this. There's a lot of problems to deal with and balls that don't have a pocket yet. So just pick off what you can. She has chosen the solids, making this 4 ball would bring the cue ball straight down. Oh, I was going to say to the 5 and 6 down there.
The team match score, which you can see at the top corner of your screen, is 3-2 in favor of the Apocalyptics. They took the first match 3-0. Femmes Fatales.
And yes, you can ask for a re-rack, by the way, from the ref if you see that the balls kind of move over. Normally, we should try to keep it to 1. The referee is going to give you a really good rack. These guys are all volunteers right here who have been here all week, working 8-hour shifts, and most thankless job in the world, obviously, as a referee, but they're doing a great job. And they're all either skill level 6 or 7. I've gone through some training here by Bill Tufts, our main head honcho tournament director, and also have gone through a test so they know the rules and everything else. But you can ask for a re-rack. All right, we're going to see here. She got the stripes, 15 balls available. It's a good choice here. Oh, I like the 11 a lot more. That would have kept giving her a shot at the 11.
Oh.
Instead, glance off the 4, brings it into the pocket. We'll see what Caroline's going to do here. She's back in charge. 3 ball is the biggest issue. You take a look at this layout here. Everything looks pretty open. The 1, the 2, the 7, and the 8. This is the one she's going to have to deal with right now, as soon as possible. Caroline is good enough player at skill level 5 to run the table, but nobody's going around the table with a 3 there. So with the luxury of having ball in hand, you want to get to it right away. She's not going to listen to me, is she, Jason? We'll see. I'm sure she's got a plan. We'll see what her plan is here. Get down for the 1 ball, maybe? Jim, Magic Rack, I'm not a fan. I'm old school. I got to be honest with you. I think it's a great product for a lot of different situations, but it takes so much of the personality of the game out. As long as players can check the rack or whatever, whether it's rack your own, rack for your opponent, it's too easy to manipulate the rack with the Magic Rack because, especially 9 ball, 8 ball, great. 9 ball, there was a design flaw when the game of 9 ball was created, and that is that if the balls are perfectly racked and the 1 ball's on the spot, you can find the speed where the corner ball will go every single time.
That's why you see in the Moscone Cup they actually push the 9 ball up onto the spot.
Right,
yeah.
And the only problem there is a lot of the good breakers then can make the 1 ball on the side, which is why they have come up with another rule. You have to get X amount of balls past the sides because Corey Deuel, he
break.
perfected that soft break.
Hey,
so
he was playing within the rules. Somebody asked, no, I am not related to Jesse. I'm assuming that means Jesse Bowman. I know I think he's a road player of sorts. I've not met him, but I know the name because there have been times folks over the years have confused me with him. I'm assuming he's a far better player.
You mean the Bowman that got all the talent?
Yeah.
On the pool
all
table?
the pool playing talent.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, no. Of course, that's what I meant.
Let's see Jesse do the marketing that I do.
That's right.
So I've never had the opportunity. One day maybe I'll meet him and Who knows? Maybe we're like distant relatives.
Good shot there,
Goes
pocketing
the
that
2 ball in
two.
the corner. What is the biggest APA league? That would be Baltimore. The APA league in Maryland. Terry, Valerie Justice.
He just told me he just retired.
Yeah, he just had his 69th
Yeah.
birthday. And
His daughter's going to take over.
yeah, of course, she's been involved for quite a while.
Yeah.
Melissa, she's great.
Yeah.
She's been very involved in the league for years. And Terry may say he's retired, but I'm guessing he will still find a way to have some involvement.
Yeah.
I will be shocked if he just flat out
Mr.
is.
Opinionated.
Exactly.
In a good way.
I will be
Yeah.
very shocked.
Yeah.
All right, Caroline misses the one on the side.
She tried to get some body English in there to make that go in and draw at the same time. I'm not positive she had the angle to do both. So she just undercut it a little bit. But the good thing is that that 3 ball opened up. So if she gets back to the table and once Crystal removes that 11, I know I'm thinking ahead here, or the 13 ball, there's a way to break that open. We'll see what happens.
Matt Bryson, your best time was when we met in 2017. Well, I appreciate that, buddy.
That was my highlight,
ran
too.
Ran into
just so you
Matt
know.
last year, too, as a matter
Yeah.
of fact, down in Louisiana. Very loyal APA member. I bet you don't even remember the first time we met.
Oh, uh-oh, no. Should I?
I think I like picked you up from the airport, or I know I drove you around St. Louis when you were there. 2002.
Oh, that's right. That's
you were
right.
in town doing some exhibitions for
Yeah.
us.
I'm sorry. Now I feel horrible.
That's all right. I remember. I remember actually I had picked you up at the hotel. We were going to the exhibition. It was raining. You were all dressed up nice and everything. And I said, oh, I got an umbrella. You know, we can. He said, no, pull the car around. And I said, okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're going to, you're not going to like take me. It's raining. Here's an umbrella. Yeah. What did your father teach your mother? You got to drop women off. You can't, what were you thinking?
Oh, Lauren, relax. We'll continue to comment on the match. Don't worry. Pace has slowed quite a bit here in this game. Some trouble pocketing balls has created some clusters at that end of the table.
Yeah, and we do talk a little bit off once in a while because sometimes there's just no way to know what they are going to do. So commentating and kind of guessing what they're going to do in certain situations is difficult.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with skill level. If I commentate the pros, I'm pretty much sure what the next plan is going to be. But you have a skill level 3, skill level 5 playing that, so their choices are going to be different from each other and from what a pro, textbook right or wrong would be.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have that draw with a little bit of reverse, then obviously that's not the shot you're going to shoot. So.
Yeah, you should have heard us last night with the 2-2s playing for 25,000. There was no telling what they were shooting at. We just had to kind of wing it. But it was all good fun, great match. I would recommend going back and giving it a watch.
All right, so just came up a little short on that kick shot.
Crystal have ball in hand. Crystal Banks of the Apocalyptics.
Crystal's going to have a bit of an issue. The 3 balls laying right there shouldn't be a problem. I'm guessing she's going to get the 10 ball out of there first, but the 8 and the 3, I don't think the 8 will pass into, is makeable in either pocket. As you can see, oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That shouldn't be ish. Got to go with the 10 first here, though. Always get the trouble ball gone first. You can make the 14 in the pocket. If I had a timeout right now, I would call it. I'm not sure if they do or not.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they do.
That's interesting. A new coach.
Yeah,
of course, I don't
see Silva there.
Yeah.
She may have stepped out too
Yep.
for a minute.
And I'm not sure. Let's see if we can figure out who this might be. I'm guessing this is Nicole. Nicole is a skill level 6. Really balanced roster for the Apocalyptics. 2 3s, 2 5s. I'm sorry, 1 3, 1 4, 2 5s, and a 6. Femmes Fatales, a 4, 3 4s, a 5, and a 3. Again, a win here in this game for Crystal would put her on the hill. Just 1 game away.
Well, she just hit that a hair too firm. And came up. That cost her the shot on the 14 ball. I mean, she can hit. If she uses a bridge here, she could hit the right side, I believe, of the 12 ball and not leave Carolina's shot at the 3. Not sure she can squeeze this by there. She's going for something.
Oop.
Oh, she made the
Makes
combo.
the combo
nice
work
shot.
and drives that 8 ball
Overcut
out of there.
that. Let's see if she can come back in any way, shape, or form here for the 8. She's going to go for the bank. Smart decision. Don't try to do something that is not in your wheelhouse.
Chris said, how do we have over 1,000 viewers watching a 3 and a 5 play, but we can't get 1,000 people watching the pros? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. You know, we don't do a lot of pro stuff. We do some sponsorships of pro events, but
yeah.
I think people enjoy maybe the amateur stuff more because
you can
they can relate to it. Exactly.
Absolutely.
You know, you can envision yourself being in this scenario. So I think there's certainly plenty of pro events that are very exciting to watch.
Good little defensive moves at the same time there. Not leaving much of a shot for Caroline. And I think people also enjoy the team aspect of it.
Yeah, the team dynamic, definitely.
Because we always have more viewers for the team than we do for the singles. And I think that it's the team.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can feel the rest of the team sitting there going, oh, my God, I can't believe she banked that. Or, or, you know, the player feeling like, oh, my God, they're going to get mad at me if I miss this again. So the pressure of that, of trying to do right, not just for yourself. You know, I played in a pro event, and if I play badly, I'll have to say, sorry, Brunswick, I tried. And I'll go home with a little less money, but ultimately I can just kind of go into my room and feel bad for myself. Your whole team is behind you.
Right.
I mean, it's a totally different pressure.
Well, I'll go back to last night watching 2 2s decide an 8-ball world championship with 25,000 on the line, and the entire house is on pins and needles.
Yeah.
Because they can relate to how hard it must be for those 2 players to compete.
Absolutely.
You know, to pocket a ball.
How good was that shot? How well did that turn out? I don't know if she was planning on going straight into the 8, but she was trying to get that 3 ball between. Obviously, she wasn't going for the bank shot. That was a really good shot. And again, so much about patience in this game. It's kind of like playing chess. You can make moves and make moves. If you don't have a good move, then just why go crazy? So many people are so afraid of playing defense. You know, there's a bar in the area where I live outside of Myrtle Beach, where if you played a defensive shot, the owner asked you to leave.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of the offense.
Yeah.
Careful.
Yeah.
Okay. 100 folks back at the Felt watching. Well, hello to everybody at Felt Billiards in the Chicago area. I'm assuming they're rooting on the Apocalyptics, but appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you're having a good evening, staying up late there in Chicago, just after the 10 o'clock hour there.
Look out here. Look out.
Gets the 3 to drop.
Whew, she
Turns
left
her
herself
attention to
a
the
ton.
8-ball.
But you really had to hit it with that speed. If you, unless you do something with the cue ball, if you hit that firm, that cue ball is going, if not straight into the corner pocket, very close to it. By rolling it a little bit more softer, she changed, adjusted the tangent line to where instead of it being dead straight in, a scratch into the corner, it lengthened it a little bit. But then instead, she had this shot to deal with.
Oh, Felt Billiards is in New York, not Chicago. Sorry, everybody at Felt. There's probably 100 people
And
collectively
she
groaning.
did not make it.
Nope.
And
Crystal Banks.
chance to get on the hill here for
Big
Crystal.
opportunity. Crystal pockets the 8-ball in the corner. She is now on the hill. 1 game away from taking the ladies 8-ball championship back to Chicago.
And Caroline still needs 3. I mean, you figured walking into this match, a 5 playing a 3, that Caroline would have a huge advantage. But 2 games, I'm telling you, and all it takes, 5s or 6s or 7s aren't machines. So it's very easy to accidentally at the end leave 1 or, 1 ball and the 8, or rattling an 8-ball, and all of a sudden you have a 3 looking at 2 games real quickly.
Right.
So, that's why it's a handicap system. And
That's why it works. That's why 250,000 people play pool in APA leagues every week.
That's true.
There's a little saying we have around the office: we're the biggest, or we're the best. We're the biggest because we're the best. And a lot of that has to do with that handicap system.
Well, it gives everybody a chance to win. And not only that, but because we do a lot of stuff locally, and because you do pay out, a long ways out here and spread it out, you can't just go with the person that's going to win.
Right.
When we try to spread it out as much as we can on a local level too, as far as money or events or putting money into doing some extra fun stuff, because there's a lot of players and only so many teams, quite a few teams compared to how many are playing, are going to make it out to Vegas.
Strong break there by Crystal.
Amazing. As well as she hit them, you can see there's not 1 ball on the other side of the table, but they are pretty open considering that. It's amazing that there's not more tied up balls all over the place. The problem she's going to have is that there's no good shot to start with.
Trying to figure out what she pocketed there. Let's see.
I believe a stripe.
Yep, she's eyeing up the 9-ball now.
Nice shot. Holy smokes. She kind of giggled there. You couldn't see that. It was off screen. Like, I just made that. Still a tough situation here. Cue ball. No. Couldn't get off that rail. So, and even if she has a shot, I don't think she does. But even if she does, it's a tough way to go. She might be able to make that 11 if the cue ball can get between the 4 and the 6. I'm not sure.
Guessing there's some folks back in Chicago with some sweaty palms at this point, knowing how close Crystal is here. Another good shot.
Just fired it in.
Well, like you said, I mean, everything was on this half of the table, but it's fairly spread open, right? So there's
when it's
room
open,
to work.
Yeah, when it's open like this, normally a skill level 3 is they're usually, a lot of them are good shot makers, but you're not going to have them display much of a cue ball control. So you could see there she was all the way down at the, frozen at the other rail and had to come up with a big shot. But she looks a lot more confident. Obviously, she only needs one to win the whole thing, the whole championship. And you can tell that Caroline seems a little bit timid, a little bit uncertain, uncomfortable, whatever it is. Again, it could be nerves, it could be I don't feel right. The pressure of having to win 4 games and you're already given up 1, and Crystal has got that constant threat of only needing 1. But I say this all the time, if you're a 5 and you're going to beat a 3, you better play like a 5. I have 7s complaining about 4s all the time if they lose to a 4, and I go, well, did you play like a 7? No, but a 4 still shouldn't beat me. And I go, what are you talking about? That's what the handicap system is all about. So if you want to win, you do need to get a little bit lucky, and you need to play to your potential and what's your skill level.
John Orton, you are real close to saying goodnight permanently, buddy. We appreciate all of our viewers, but if you're going to be disrespectful, you're not going to be part of this community. It always amazes me to have the kind of the trolls that hang around, yet they still watch our stuff and they still are on our page. Do you not realize that that positively affects us as well when you're still liking and watching? So it always kind of makes me laugh.
I just don't understand why you can't be nice if you're, like you said, turn it off.
Well, it's just rude to the players that are playing. I mean, have you watched this match?
Go do the dishes. Yeah. Go do the dishes and just whatever. Anyway, 10 ball here. And I'm telling you, Crystal has it. Ooh.
Unable to get the 10 to drop. Time for Caroline to do some work. Pockets the 1 on the side. Seven in the corner.
It seems like it's an uphill battle for Caroline. Just kind of getting something started. A lot of different options here. I'm not even going to venture to guess what Caroline's going to choose to do here. Might be not playing bank shot. Is she trying to bank it? Is she trying to just roll that up and create a problem here? Yeah.
Crystal pockets the 15.
See what she's
Going
definitely
after that
going to leave.
11.
Yeah, she's going to leave that 10 there for sure. Just try to move one of her balls up. That's just smart. And again, nothing deadlier than a 3 that has been coached, taught how to play defense, how to think a little bit. Doesn't have to be anything advanced, but that's how you win games. And captains think if I teach my 3 how to play defense, they're going to go up to a 5. That's so not true. That is so not true. It just means that your 3 can actually get in this kind of situation and play smart and win. So you see that a lot in the matches, the teams that come out here in Vegas. I see it. The teams that end up going often to Vegas often have a captain that works with their players. They win locally, or at least are always a threat.
6 knocks in the 10 ball for Crystal.
And Crystal does have an issue, obviously, with that 14 ball. 13 should be very makeable in the side pocket, but what do we do with that 14 ball?
Kind of an interesting question. Somebody asked where APA originated from, and that would be the brainchild of Terry Bell and Larry Hubbard, founders of APA, both Hall of Famers.
Great players, both of them as well. They were on the Pro Tour.
My understanding that in the late 70s, a number of pro players got together and they had some investors wanting to put money in the pool, and they said, you know, what should they had this big meeting, right, with all these pro players. And they said, how do we make pro pool a big thing? And Terry stood up and said, I think we need to put some money into the amateur side. And he said the rest of the room looked at him like he was just a stone cold idiot, except for Larry Hubbard, who was also there. And he said, you know, he said they kind of formed a friendship then and kept talking about it and started evolving it, and just kind of things evolved from there. And Anheuser-Busch got involved in the early 80s with sponsorship. Of course, our roots were as the Busch Pool League. Just kind of took off from there.
And here we are. Now we have a ladies championship on the line. There was no ladies championships when they first started.
No, it was 8-ball only. Yeah. 8-ball only in St. Louis with a payout of $12,500.
Caroline is still fighting here to make.
Nice. Gets the 5 in the corner.
Yeah, good speed. Not too bad. 8-ball here to get within 2 to grab this match. Crystal is threatening there on the hill. This is a must make here for Caroline. She misses this. That cue ball could very easily go around and leave a good shot on the 14 ball for Crystal. So
she's going to take a timeout.
Make. This is that same thing that kind of came down to in the last rack, where Crystal just kind of stayed available and Caroline wasn't able to go all the way out.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you know, it's anybody's game, because if Crystal does not, if Caroline does not, Crystal does not make this. Oh, Caroline, sorry. I'm getting punch drunk here. Caroline doesn't make this, then all of a sudden.
Big trouble.
Very easy, could be a very easy out for her opponent, so we'll see.
Somebody asking about the grasshoppers being gone. I have not seen any grasshoppers in Vegas. No. I was here.
They left right before we got here.
I was here a couple weeks ago, right when all that started, and to be honest, I didn't see any then. I saw the stuff on the news, but, you know, it's like anything else with the media these days. They, you know, you find an isolated couple incidents and they make it a big deal, but I've yet to see any grasshoppers.
From what I hear, a lot of them were caught and they were cooked and served all over town.
Chocolate-covered grasshoppers.
Here we go.
Yummy.
8-ball, corner pocket.
Got it.
Nice shot. Under the pressure, Caroline pulled that out.
Big shot by Caroline there. She now has 2 games, needs 2 more. So we are now at a 2-1 race. Are you serious about the grasshoppers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What?
A lot of our players have gone around town and they have had grasshoppers on ice cream and grasshoppers on pizza and all over the place.
I can't tell if you're joking.
No, I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It's a delicacy in a lot of places of the world.
Yeah. I guess.
Now in Vegas as well.
Grasshoppers. Haven't seen any here at the Westgate. Seen a lot of pool players, though.
Yeah.
Always packed with them everywhere you turn. Pool player here, pool player there, pool player everywhere.
Yeah, it's like you look at somebody that walks in that's not a pool player. You look at them like they're from another planet.
It is
like,
kind of funny.
Why are you here?
So they've got the Magic, the fashion show called Magic next door at the convention center. And so some of them stay here. I've seen a few people walk through, and you can see kind of the amazement on their face when they walk through these halls with all these pool tables.
Yeah.
Nice break there by Caroline.
All right, she's got the solids. And this table looks fairly good, unless you put the wrong spin on the ball. Ouch. That's just, she looked like she was playing faster than she has. It's almost like she's trying to speed it up to kind of get going a little bit. She was ending up in that, I don't want to miss coma, so she just got a little too fast there.
She wants to get her hands on that championship trophy.
Yeah. Nice. Nice kick. Nice hit.
Again, this is Crystal Banks, member of the Apocalyptics. She has 1 game, needs 1 game, has a skill level 3.
I think we're going to have the referee come and look here, make sure this is not going to turn out to be a double hit. It's about chalk's width between the cue ball and the 9. You're going to have to elevate the back of the cue. Both balls go flying the same speed. It's going to be a foul, so you just need to make sure you elevate enough. Well, she did not foul, but the cue, yes, it turned out to be a foul after all. There's not enough speed on that 9 ball to make to the pocket. That means ball in hand for Caroline.
This match got underway just after 5 p.m. Pacific time, so we are at about the 3.5-hour mark in this match. The 3rd and final match of the Ladies 8-Ball Championship. Mentioned earlier, we started with 256 teams in this event. Caroline Casagrande at the table for Femmes Fatales out of New York. Play out of Felt Billiards.
Good play there. She's moving through this rack nicely. Looks like Caroline has settled in a little bit. Starting out playing a little bit nervous. She's going to have to figure out a way to avoid this 8-ball here to come out for the 5. A little bit of right spin. Oh, she came on the other side of it. All right. Now, all she has is a super thin cut on this 5-ball. Backwards cut. All right, good play. Just leave it right there. Crystal would have to pretty much run all of these unless she goes into a defensive mode or gets a little bit lucky. And again, skill level 3 or not, this is doable considering the fact that there's nothing in her way. You got 4 balls clustered on one side, 2 on the other side, and all you have to do is just tap these in. If she doesn't hit this too firm, she should be able to get a good shot at the 15. Well, that'll work too. She'll take it. Natural position here. Should be able to come up on the 11. And this is just pocketing what's in front of you. You know, that's the danger with not getting all the way out. Even if you're playing somebody who's a skill level 3, if you don't get all the way out and you leave everything wide open, a 2, a 3 can just roll the balls in. And every shot so far, she hasn't had to play any kind of a position because it's been natural, just natural to get on the next ball. This is where you might fall short a little bit as a 3, but when the balls are just lying there, it's just tap, tap, tap.
Caroline now with a chance to finish out this rack, put herself on the hill, come down to the final game. Well, somebody's asking about how many APA teams across the country. Offhand, I think it's around 40,000 maybe.
That would be including everything.
That'd be
I would
worldwide,
think.
yeah. That'd be across the globe. But
we have a lot of. That's not just 8-baller ladies. Obviously, that's everything. So
yeah, that's kind of a soft number. I'm kind of pulling one out of my head, but
I don't believe any of what you say anymore. When you say it's, I'm not. You know, I can hear
never
when
doubt
you're trying
my facts.
to.
Never doubt
your brain
my
is
facts.
spinning. Yeah.
My brain is starting to wonder what's going to be for dinner after this. I'm going to be honest with you.
All right. So nothing good looking good here. She is definitely hooked behind.
Going to take a timeout here.
This
Somebody's
ball,
asking about jump cues. Jump cues not allowed in APA league play. The exception being Masters. So if you want to see some jump cues, tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time for the Masters Championship. They are allowed in Masters play as well as our U.S. Amateur Championship. Our belief is that the jump cue tends to favor the higher skilled player. We also tend to have locations that are not real favorable on seeing players.
All right. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. That could have been disaster right there. It still might be.
That's ball in hand.
Only 3 balls left on the table, but she kicked that and could have very easily scratched. And Crystal now I think it just dawned on her that I have 3 balls away from becoming winning the ladies championship. Help me, help me.
It's interesting. So
give me a plan.
It's interesting because we have a different player with the coach here. So we've now seen 3 different players execute coaches, and I see Silva is back.
That's true teamwork, isn't it? Yeah.
It's interesting. I wonder how they're
determining
determining who. But I mean, I'm just curious how they're deciding who goes with the coach, right? And we've actually yet to see the captain give a coach, Darlene. So just an interesting dynamic.
Didn't Darlene do one at a time?
I don't think so. We saw Silva.
You're
we
right.
saw Nicole. Now we're seeing Courtney with the timeout, or the coach.
That's pretty cool.
So maybe they all excel in different portions of the game.
Either that or they went, no, you take it, Courtney. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Too much pressure. You do it. No, you do it. Darlene's gonna mention something to Courtney.
Yeah, I don't like how straight this looks. If she is going to play the 13 first, give more angle so you can naturally come up for the ball in the side pocket. Not convinced. Can we get an overhead on this real quick so we can see?
There you have it.
Yeah, at least she's got some. Well, we'll see. She's going to just stun it. Yeah, I wasn't crazy about that plan. And this is not only is this a strange angle a little bit here, but the cue ball is going to float that direction, even if she hits it soft enough to where it doesn't go into and scratch in the corner. It's going away from the 8. And if she draws this too much, if it puts too much low on it, she's flirting with the side pocket. Ew.
Just missed.
But, you know, this is almost identical to a shot that Courtney had earlier, and she sliced it right in. But this would put Caroline on the hill if she can come with this 8-ball.
Sounds like some players are having quite a bit of fun in the hallway.
Caroline holding up to the pressure.
Got it.
Hill, hill, as
Woo.
it should be.
One game, winner take all, folks. We are going the distance.
I love it.
Caroline will have the break. One game, once again, to decide a championship.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That is so cool. That is so cool.
What are the odds?
3 out of
Boy,
3 so far?
We have seen some pool here, yeah. One final game, folks, for the championship.
As it should be, right?
Absolutely. Caroline will have the break. That was a great shot on that 8-ball, too. Under pressure.
Under the pressure.
Under pressure.
Anytime
Absolutely
the cue
had to
ball's
have
frozen on the rail like
Yeah.
that, it makes it, in an angle shot, it makes it a lot tougher.
Impressive. So, pins and needles time, folks. This is where things really get exciting. One way or another, we're going to have a new champion after this final game. Will it be Femmes Fatales from New York, or will it be the Apocalyptics from Chicago? Nothing on the break, but nice spread of the balls on the table. I think the striking Viking would approve.
Nice rack.
Plenty of room to work.
Just open. Yeah, she can.
Lots of options.
I'm trying to see what the. I don't know. And again, if you're a skill level 3, you're looking at the table differently than a 6 or 7 would, a 5 would, I would. So right now, Crystal needs to pocket balls. She's going to start here with the 10. Problem with the 10 is she's going away from all the other balls, but she does have the 13 near the pocket down here.
Mm-hmm. A reminder, the winner here takes home $10,000. The runner-up takes home $5,000. So this game, this one game, worth $5,000 to these teams.
Good shot there.
No pressure. Just 5 Gs and a big trophy. Ho-hum. Pockets the 15 in the corner. Somebody said, is there booze in those trophies? Not yet.
Not yet.
I would assume later there might be.
All right. She made a similar shot to this before, Crystal. This is usually a tough angle. You have to really aim before you get down and decide where you want to hit it. That backwards cut, because you don't sense where the pocket is like you do when it's the opposite angle. So tough shot, deemed to be a little bit too tricky there, and this has invited Caroline in, and now Crystal has cleared some of her balls out, so it's going to be easier for Caroline to maneuver around. I would say the 7 ball down here, that's going to be the main issue as she misses the, wow. That was a pretty big miss right there. And skill of a 3 or not, when the table is open like this, you cannot give somebody, especially like Crystal, that hasn't shown a lot of fear, too many chances.
He's going to study the table. Going after that 9 on the side. She's got it. Now just 3 balls remaining for Crystal, along with the 8 ball.
Nice shot, fired that in, and a little love from the 8 ball, stopped right there. And we are 3 balls away from Crystal grabbing this to, oh, she floated it too much.
14 drops.
She still has a shot on this in the side pocket.
Just the 12 ball remains in addition to the 8 ball.
And I like, you know, I tell my 2s and 3s in our area all the time, hit it. Don't just poke the ball around. Hit it like you mean it. And
got it.
She did. And does that 8 ball go? It does go in this pocket right here. And though it's a long shot, it is fairly straight.
Do they take a timeout here? Yes, they do.
I would think so. But it's got to be make ball. I can't see that ball being. It's very difficult. It looks like it definitely will go, but in the overhead, maybe it does not. Because she actually looked at the other corner pocket.
Look at the apocalyptics. Look at their pressures on. Hands on the faces. Looking on, hoping, hoping, hoping. Only the 8 ball remaining. 1 8 ball away from the 2019 Ladies Championship. Crystal's going to grab her pocket marker. I'd imagine take a deep breath or 2.
All right,
And
I
here
think
we
your
go.
captain said we have enough of a pocket for it to go in. Because at first, Crystal was looking at the opposite pocket to see if it would go past the 1 after taking a peek. Just keep your head down, keep steady here. And that looks so good. That looks so good. Wow.
Crystal Banks and the team of the Apocalyptics from Chicago, Illinois.
What a comeback.
Are your ladies 8-ball champions. And the celebration is on in Chicago.
You got to give it to both teams. What a great match this was. Back and forth. Just making it here to the finals is a dream by most teams coming out here, just hoping to be able to make it this far. And what a display of sportsmanship and a fun match from both teams.
Fantastic, fantastic. Again, the teams are going to shake hands and congratulate each other on an outstanding tournament for both of these teams. Again, only one can win, but at the end of the day, I think they can both be very proud of how they played here in Las Vegas in Pool Dog Arena. And Ava, it's about that time. We go hand out some trophies and some money and congratulate both of these great teams. So, folks, make sure you come back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. for those of you on the East Coast. We got the Masters Championship coming up. We'll look forward to that, and we will plan to see all of you tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in.
We were over at Circus for dinner with the thing, and I was watching the stream. Mike's hot.